Hello and welcome. It's either going to go one of two ways. It's going to be a really short one or it might be a really, really long one. We had a quick live last night to discuss what we're going to be doing today. Plan of attack is we're going to start in the city. We're going to rearrange every single modular. Once we've rearranged the modular, I've got boxes organised in carnage and chaos with bags and bags of some Lego sets, like that, for example, which is an old football pitch. We'll try and get that out, work out how much space we need for the pitch, so we can create potentially an X-Men display. And then we'll loop it around, see what space we've got left for other ideas that we can come up with, and we'll carry on coming around, and then we'll figure out exactly what's what for the DC display. And then once we have done once we come up with those ideas, we will then talk about some skyscrapers and other bits and pieces. But for the DC area, we will be trying to add in a dock, hence the boat. I have built up today the Batman car, so that's done, and I built up some smaller vehicles as well, which we can have a little bit of fun with. So I'll wait for a minute or two for a couple of people to come in. It's going to be very hit and miss, I think, because of the time that we're going live. So we will see. Hopefully it notifies people. Hopefully we can just see what will be happening, and then we can just figure it out and go from there. But yeah, we had loads of ideas yesterday. First thing I need to do is move basically the modulars up to give us at least 232 by 32 width. So what I've done is I've got some random row plates and other bits and pieces down here. We'll use them as our space. Figure out how many base plates we can get in that area. Will it be big enough? And then I can get the trucks and everything out with the teams in. There's stadiums and things in there that will need to be built up, which we can obviously go back to. But we have got the older Lego system sets, which are those, so we can add in those to the display. And then there's some team buses and things which we can add in, and we can crack on and get done, which would be nice. And then, like I said, we can wrap it around, have a look at the docks, see exactly what we're going to be doing with that, and just see if that will work. So right, we will have a little bit of a move around. I will just check to make sure. Yep, bear with me 2 seconds. So I have gone live early. I always go live a couple of minutes early just to make sure that this actually works. So hopefully it will notify people, because it's always a little bit weird, because sometimes when it doesn't work straight away, you've got to reset it all back up again, and then you end up going on live later, which is never ideal. But yeah, we can figure it out and see what is what. So people, I would imagine, will hopefully start coming in the next sort of 5-10 minutes. Like I said, always go live early. But the first plan of attack is the city. Killian, how are we, dude? How are we? Yeah, so I've literally just done the normal spiel of saying hello to everybody. I have built up the Batman car, and I built up some little electric car and some little forklift thing. I got a cool dock worker, which is nice. It actually comes with the fresh set, but that's the ideal for that bit just there. I've pulled out some of the instructions, and we're just going to start and take our time, work our way around in the city, and then figure out exactly what is what. Once this poll gets a little bit of traction, I do want to do another poll with regards to the Daily Bugle, because we were saying about a Wayne Tower. And I was thinking, well, actually, what if I got another Daily Bugle, got the window cleaners thing that goes in the glass, but just had some paint, the paint CMFs you can get, and they could just be there rolling on, and we can just add in like a little bit of black where it looks like it's just been painted over for Wayne Tower. And then the Daily Bugle can go, and then we can just put a big like bat symbol up there or something, if we wanted the non-Daily Planet one. So there's ideas for that, Killian, ideas for that. But I would imagine the notifications will go out now, as it's just hit 3 o'clock. So we will see who starts coming in, Killian. So the first thing I need to do is I need to move all of this. So that needs to move. So I'll get that out of the way. There you go. You can kind of see hopefully it runs nice and smoothly today. Everything's been reset, so hopefully we'll be living the dream. Now, this area just here, this is going to be our pitch. So in case anybody was confused, yesterday I've got all the stadiums with the seats, put the figures in and stuff, so we can do this stuff. So that'll be good. But we'll just have to figure out exactly what is going to go where. Yeah, I think so. I think the first thing that we need to do is the modulars need to be placed. So I have to just bring all the modulars together. We're not gonna do a display with the modulars. We're just going to put them together, create the space for the pitch. I can just get out the stuff that's in those bags, make sure it's all there. We'll get the vehicles out. We can work out the spacing of how big the pitch is, how wide it all is, and then basically leave it rough and loose. Then we can move on to the next thing, which would be actually the other side of the city. I can then put the big 48 by 48 or 46 or whatever it is down. That could be measured out for the farm area, and then we can move on and then wrap it round into the docks. For the docks, I have got a load of these pieces. I've managed to pull them out. So we've got some platforms. Obviously, Jada came up with a really good idea yesterday of an abandoned building. So I've got all the glass. There's just bits here that we can use in these bags. So that'll be good. But yeah, just sort of take our time with it. One thing you can have a sneak peek at though, Killian, is in the marble display. I've just put the mini Avengers tower that we could potentially just use as a monument, because I really don't know what else can actually go in that bit, but we can actually just put a minifigure on there. And it can just be like a little Avengers tower monument until, and if they ever actually release a full blown one. So yeah, that's basically it. That'll be it. Spoke to Lego King. He will be about. Forgot to message Colin, because he did tell me to let him know, so I'll quickly do that. Let's see if he's around. Done, and done. Right, we will see. X-Men display. Well, we say X-Men display, but we haven't actually got any of the X-Men characters, have we? We've only got the idea for this section. So, is it working smoothly enough? No, they've not. I don't think they've done a big UCS one. We've just got this little sort of baby one. So that can go there for now. I mean, if they do a big tower, ideally it needs to be the same size as the Daily Bugle, doesn't it? But they haven't done one of them. So, and Killian, we need to place you 5 times because you are undercover. I picked you up 6 times, if you remember, for this Star Wars display, and yeah, we never, obviously because we never did the actual Star Wars display itself. We never used you, so we need to sort of figure out exactly where you will be going. I think maybe we could just have you doing different things around the city. Maybe that could work potentially okay. The Octane truck. So if I move all the vehicles to the other, basically in the middle, and then we can just figure it out and go from there. I think maybe it makes sense having the assembly square side on to the Ghostbuster Firehouse. I think that would make sense, having it going this way, and then we have basically the city behind it, so then people just walk to the pitch. So that would leave an issue then for buses and stuff, so that might need to be think of. Mr. Lego King, how are we, sir? How is everything? I didn't think of that tonight. Great. What that doesn't need to be there anymore. That was going to be for a different display, which is now going to be no longer. So that is gone. That has gone and gone. Right. So we need to find a spot for this half somewhere at some point, potentially today, because the other bit of it is over. The spring lantern set is over there. So if I just get that there for now, all the row plates can come up. Because you potentially use some of these 16 by 16s. This was all stuff outside the front of the police station, which we now don't no longer use and need. So all of that can then, again, that would work perfectly just there, because that's 16 by 16s that we need. So they can be retiled as water, and then that's the water area done. So that's absolutely fantastic. Beebs, how are we? Mr. Allen himself, how's life? Right, up and away. What am I going to smash? So you can see what I'm doing from there, can't you? You can see. If I can get to a Lego store, I will. What I have done though, as a bit of a side note, is this bag here is full of medieval. So you've got horses, tent pegs, stuff, jousting. You've got armor, catapults, a load of kings, knights. You've got loads of stuff in there. So if that's handy at all, princesses. There's all the chain link stuff. So yeah, there's all sorts of stuff in there, dude. And I think that is an actual jousting set with the horses and things. So yeah, that is a bag of stuff which can be used potentially. Amazing. That sounds exciting. Right, turkey tours of that. Remind me that on top of this here is the I'll put him over there. He's the captain of this boat, and Ginty wants her sig figure. So maybe what I can do is, if I can find her head, she can have that outfit, and she could just be the captain, because she wanted to be her sig figure needs to go there, because you need to find out what hair she's got. I think it's some Disney hair, I think. That's some more Ice Planet sets that I pulled out there, Killian, so they can go back in there. So again, we could do something with that with the DC area potentially. Nice. Yeah. Send some pics over. All sounds good. So, if that is not, is that going to be a 16 by 16? Huh. It is. That's funny. Not going to fit. So do I put this sideways, and then we just have a 16 by 16 road going into the stadium? Do we have it like that? Can you see? So does that face forward level with the Ghostbuster bit, and then behind it you've got the pet shop, the library, the bookshop, and the restaurant, and then we've got one 16 by 16 way in to the pitch. Does that make sense? So I don't know if you guys can't see it very well from there. It'll be like that. I'm not too sure if that works, to be honest. I mean, and then this is the area for the pitch. I think that'd be it. I think that's a big enough space for the X-Men. I think that'd be bigger. That'd be big enough, and then we can just figure out what we're going to do with the assembly square, and just go from there and just see exactly what's what with it. But all ideas welcome, because we still have to move the townhouses. We need to put the townhouses together. So potentially what I could do is I could pull out the restaurant, have the 2 townhouses, the diner and the garage can just go where those townhouses are, and then that gives us a huge amount of space on that bit as well. But what do? Do I carry on with the actual moving around the city, or should I get the X-Men display, or should I get the pitch in first, so we know exactly what space we have for the pitch before I shimmy everything over? Because this space, the bit where you are now, that is 3 by 2, so it's 6 base plates for space, and then we can potentially just swap that around. So I could actually have the assembly square facing inwards, move the restaurant, and just have one townhouse beside the pet shop, and then we would have the equivalent of 3 modulars. So that could potentially work. Potentially. Okay. Right, we'll get that bit in. We'll get that a bit in first. Can you guys see all right from there? We good? To sort of get the gist of what the crack is. Okay. So 5 votes, mix them up, or what I do? I'll change that because I want to find out what your thoughts are on the skyscrapers, Dion. That is what I think, actually. Let me do that now. Let me do the next poll. Debut and custom it. Go. All right. This is the one that I want to know. I want to know if we should get a second Daily Bugle and then have some CMFs dropping down and painting it, or go custom from the start. I'm hoping you guys will agree that it should be quite a good thing to do. Okay. All right, bag number 1. Right, that is all the stadiums. So there's a couple of stadiums in there, so that's not too bad. What else have we got in here? That's the Riot Police and some more stadiums in there. That's all right, dude. Don't worry. Don't panic. You just jump in when you can. Jump in when you can. Right, so this is the actual bits of the pitch. That's the keeper. Right, there's players in there, so that's interesting. Because we had, if I remember rightly, we actually had some of the pitch out last time, didn't we? And I think I've just found the rest of it, but I think they're the pieces that were missing. Ooh. That could be interesting. Where is it? Must be. Must be. This. Floodlights and two buses we want, so they can go there. To pull this big box out. Yeah, I actually quite like the fact of having this custom CMF minifigures painting the front of the building. I think that'd look quite nice. Oh my god, this box is so big. Question is what bag is the pitch in? Because I thought that was all the pitch, and it's not. Which is helpful to absolutely nobody. All right, some more football bits there. Look, so there's all the barriers. God, they used to be sponsored by Adidas and all sorts back in the day. Don't have those sponsorships anymore. No. No. Yeah, that's it. I think you want the guy with the roller, but you can get the CMF ones, can't you? So that's what I think that'd be a cool thing to do, and then we can just have a teeny tiny amount of it painted. I think it'd look quite smart. There's a football guy in there, floodlight in there, but there's no pitch. Fine matter, the pitch. Annoying, I thought that was all of the pitch, but that was the bits that we were missing last time we tried to do it, and I would have put it back in one of these two. But I bet you I'm going through the wrong box. I bet it's that other box just there, which would suck, but we will see. I got the old Team Extreme base plate. Yellow bricks. Old Octan. As I'm going through this, is there anything else you want me to be looking for? Octan garages. No. bridge. Can you remember that? The construction bridge. That's the original X-Wing from 97 with the original R2-D2 and Luke Skywalker in it. So that's when it came out in 97, 98. Right, standard. It's not in that one. It must be in that one. That's annoying. Right. Yeah, scary, dude, isn't it? Scary, scary, scary. Alright, I can get back underneath that. Yeah, some old stuff in there. Which box do we try next? Try this one? Nope. Nope. That's all train tracks, that's 100% no. All train tracks. Police. No. No. Fire stuff. No. Oh dear, swinging a mess on that one as well. Alright, let's do the other box. This is the one that's underneath the table, beside that one. Not how I envisioned this going to start with, to be honest, but it is what it is. But at least once I've found the other pieces, we should have the full pitch this time, which will be pretty cool. Alright, I need to crawl underneath the table, so like I said, I've got that box and they're all full of that sort of stuff. There's a couple of other random bits and pieces in there as well, dude. There's yes, just stuff on stuff, really. Stuff on stuff. I found all the CMF minifigures, which is a good thing. They've all been found. No. No. Oh, have that burnt. I'm going to be so annoyed if I've put it on a table and I've gone through all these boxes for no reason. Oh, it's a bit hot up here to do this today. Another one. Is it in here? Police, and police, not in. An extreme breach. Space rockets. More trash. Dig out the old hospital if I can see it through the wall. There it is. That's the old hospital, yeah. Well, to be honest, I had it all. I thought those pieces here was all of it, but we had these out ages ago, didn't we? So these were the bits that we were missing. I've got all the other bits, and I don't know where these have gone, which really isn't helpful whatsoever. This scenario of what we're trying to find, because I don't know where we put them, because obviously I've not put them back. Yeah, we got the pitch out, didn't we? But I was missing one or two pieces, so I wonder if we can just. So what we could do for saving grace is just Google the set number, count how many of those pieces there are in a length. I can then just mark it out with some tiles, and then we know what the space is. That's all we need. But yeah, they're not. I'd put them back in a bag, and there's no other bags in here. This is all loose stuff. We've got the old classic back end of the police truck and all sorts in here. Got the paramedic, dude. I'll have her out. There you go. Yeah, the hospital is not in a bag. It's actually smashed at the bottom of this box. So that won't be coming out today, but we know where it is now, though, Killian. Because check that out. Old enough? Oh, that's got to be one of them from the 80s, isn't it? I will give you the number in 2 ticks, dude, once I can stand up and not get that out my kneecap. Right, set number coming your way. Pass. I can't now find the thing with the set number on because this is the wrong. That is for the big 11-a-side football pitch, which is what we don't want. So Might have to give it a Google once I put these boxes back, dude, and not broke my neck. We'll give it a Google. Problem is, these tables just aren't big enough for these boxes to pull out. Oh, get in. Oh, I spent all day yesterday tidying this up, and it looks worse than what it did. What a complete waste of time that was. Waste. What a waste. Never mind. Because there are some more boxes still in the back. So I'm hoping it's not in that. Because if it's in that, there's no way. Well, we can't do it today. Doesn't matter. We've got loads to do anyway, so it's not exactly an issue. We tried. I failed. I'll get over myself. And we will move on. Killian, how are we? Yeah, it's gone well. The first 20 minutes has gone fine. Let's have a look. Hang on. Lego Football Stadium. It's a set, not a stadium, because they've got the new stadiums out, haven't they? You guys can count it up for me. It's 3409, I do believe. 3409. Yeah, if you can just count how many of those pieces there are, that'd be splendid. Yeah, that's a good chunk. Yeah, I'm doing what I can, but I cannot find it. Oh, that's really frustrating. Really frustrating. Never mind. 12 of them. Amazing. Are they in 3 rows of 4 or 4 rows of 3? Can you remember the football pitch that we had out? I thought it was with the football stuff, and I found the pieces that were missing, and I don't know where I've actually put the pitch. So I've just pulled all the boxes back out again, but there is some more stuff behind the back. But I might have just wrapped it up in a bag and put it in that corner, but there's so many pieces. So all I want to do is clip these together for space, and then we can have that area then start working into the city. But now we know, because of Killian, what it is we need, we'll be fine. So we can just plod on. However, we have just found some old police stuff, ambulance stuff. So no, that was the big one. So it's not this one. This is the older one. This is from this style. because that would have just been easy. We could have just put 2 of these down and had 22 minifigures on it playing football. And then I could have just put the stadium around it. We still can. I can still do that because the actual base plate isn't doing anything at all. It's just got the treehouse over the top of it. So we could have old school, or we could have new school. So which do you prefer? Because obviously these would clip together. Bearing in mind, you're only going to be able to have the players on this. You're not going to be able to have anybody else. Whereas this is what it is. Because we have got everything else. So that's actually a good debate now, actually. So even with me looking for those bits, we can actually use the old base plates if you wanted to. It is 2 big bits, but we've got the length, haven't we? It will fit, I think. I guess it gives that, you know, that illusion of it being a massive thing. Because yeah, well, it should. Well, yeah, it will. We got the length and the width for it. So if I put half of it down, you guys can see. And then probably once the stadium stuff's in, it'll come over a little bit. But that whole area that we just we were looking at, it could take the whole thing up. So, but it just depends if you think it looks better. That's all. So 2 of those, and obviously we can just stand minifigures on it. But it's a chunk for sure. It is a chunky monkey. So whereas if we had Killian say it's 4 rows of 3, so it's basically double. It's double the size, basically. Double the size. All right. Because that way, I guess we could have all the players on it running away with people of X-Men actually stood on the pitch, and we can actually make the inside of the stadium the display. Clutching at straws on that one, but yeah, I just need to pick up that treehouse because we just placed the treehouse on top of the other side of the pitch. We haven't put any of the tiles down on it, and then we can. We've then got the sizing because the stadiums will fit. So basically, we'll use that whole space for all X-Men stuff. Basically, potentially we could then go into some parking and then go into the city. So yeah, we could do that. All right, we'll do that. We will do that and just see what is what. Let me just move 1 or 2 bits before I kill myself. You can have some sig figs playing the game as well, couldn't we? So we could have those on there, and we could redo that pitch for something else if need be. Yeah, he was about. They are. I think he is about. But no, his battery's died on his phone again. Just doing a bit of house clearing. Come on. Oh, I can move my legs again. Apparently he watched the film, he said. But we'll see. Oh, nice. Right, am I going to drop this treehouse? Probably. Yeah, it's a bit of luck. We didn't really do much on the tiling side. So basically, Saturday, you've not missed anything. You just missed me go through all the old sets, which obviously, oh, hello, come on. Which you didn't really miss out on much, because at least we know what's in those boxes, eh? And it does mean I've got to go back in and get the rest of them out, because we haven't got all of them out yet, which is slightly annoying. But we have got the top of the hospital, so if there's anything you want the hospital for, we know where the hospital is now, so I can rebuild that, find the instructions in the book. It'll all be there. It just needs to be redone and built. Right, there we go. It's only a little bit of tiles on there. Take them straight off. That's absolutely fine. Because we're going to have to redo that bit anyway for yeah, it fits. It fits. Right. There we go. Yeah, it's very true. Just have it blown up. Yeah. With the stadium stuff around it, would that be a big enough thing to see? I guess that size is actually in proportion rather than it being like a street size thing. So yeah, we can. So we know that it will fit around the outside, but what we can do is we can push that over, and then go from there. So they're not massive, dude. They're not massive. If we did just the one side, the stands are 16 by 16, but they're not all the way down. But we have just got the little barriers and things. All right, do see in about 20 minutes. No bother at all. So yeah, we got some 16 by 16s that we could leave space for, which we've got the space for anyway. So if I just bring it to the edge of this table, we could either go all the way around it or not. Yeah, because I think they're all on 16 by 16. So you've got the floodlights in the corner. Yeah, they're 16 depth, so they're all like that. So if I put a 16 by 16 on the one side and put the 16 by 16 on the other, yeah, it'll fit. So we can actually have stands both sides if we wanted to. We can make that as a massive display if we wanted to. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen videos or something like that where the track goes down the side of it. That'd just be a little bit. Imagine if you try and take a penalty, that'd be a little bit off-putting. But we'll keep that bit like that. So we've got a good understanding and size of what is occurring with that. And then I can pull out, because I don't want to waste any more time on it, because we've still got loads to do after we all want to get around to the Gotham bit. So I can move on to the city side of it. If I just leave 16 by 16 on the one side, 16 by 16 on the other, and then we can just go into the city. And worst case, we just I find the pieces, we make this pitch smaller, and then we have a display behind it, because obviously what we could have done is had the assembly square facing the pitch and the pitch going left to right. Yeah, I think so. I think we just got 16 by 16 big pitch, 16 by 16. Then we'll leave a little bit of space, and then we'll move on. So we're now on to the modular bit, which is going to take no time at all, and then we can loop it around and come over to this way, I think. So yeah, I think that'd be the best thing, and then we can come back to that, because that does looks all right, actually. It looks nice, and to be honest, it doesn't look lost. I know it's massive, but if we're going to have loads and loads of minifigures in the stadium, and we're going to have all the people on the pitch, and then we are going to have all the X-Men characters, it will also be big enough to land a ship, you know, whatever it can be put on that area. Whereas it would have been maybe more limited if we used the smaller pitch. And that's not an excuse for me not to find the other pieces, but I think we've got more options with that, because we could have stadiums half built, being blown up, or it could be fully working, or whatever. So how is Saturday after 2 days? Everything good, sir? Are we all right? So that is that there. Right, so we are now moving on to modular placing, which is going to be good fun. What goes where? That is for that. So that can go there. You are the 16 by 16 in a straight line. What goes where? What goes next? As long as everything's okay with you, Mr. Saturday, that is good. That is good. That is good. Right. Let me give you a bit of a bird's eye. Let me bring you over. That's a bit harsh. I'm not 100% sure what I said, but yep. Fair enough. Right. Harsh but fair. Harsh but fair. Okie dokie. Right. So there is what we are. There. Here we go. So you're on the pitch at the moment. So we're going to need to move and basically do that corner. I guess the Ghostbuster Firehouse close to a X-Men display. Yeah, I think it looks all right. Oh, right. Sorry, I've just seen what Killian wrote. I've just read up a little bit further. Fair enough. I thought I just read that as going so far. You're so fat, Matt. All right. Because imagine you saying that in your Canadian accent. Nah. Right. So should we have it then? So that does face as it is. And then what I can do is, obviously we can just push the Ghostbuster Firehouse back a little bit, and I can move the if I pull out the Persian restaurant, if I pull that out and then put one of the townhouses there, then, or do we have the two townhouses close to the pitch? And do we just hide the townhouses behind the assembly square? Because nobody really likes them, do they? I like them, but people just think they're boring. But we could have them behind that. I could pick up the road plate, move them back, and then basically all the other modulars can carry on then from over there. Does that sound like a plan of attack? Because once this is tidy, we're going to have so much space for everything. But I do quite like the assembly square facing in. But it depends if we have the townhouses facing in over the pitch, or we have the assembly square and it allows us to just sort of have more pedestrianised area over there. So what do you guys and girls want? Let me know. Let me know. I think no matter what, that restaurant needs to move anyway, doesn't it? So if I just remove this bag that I've just moved, stack the pitch on top of each other. Right, so cinema is in Gotham. The police station is in Gotham. Obviously, these two are in the Marvel display, so that leaves us the diner, the garage, two townhouses, Ghostbuster, and that. So we're going to make a much smaller city to start with, and then we can there'll be 2 more modulars coming, won't there? Because I've not picked up this year's, and there'll be 1 coming next year. But more than likely, it'll finish here. And then we can put a farm in. That'll just be empty space. And then we can carry on with that over there. So no, the diner is clearly visible. Yep, clearly visible. It's just behind the townhouse, not buried, just behind. Yeah, so I think it looks all right. So that's sort of the thing. Look, so we can make up some nice stuff with that, hopefully. So yeah, we can crack on and carry on with that. I think that'll be good. But for me to get another 16 by 16, I think the best thing for me to do is pull out the restaurant, put a townhouse behind. If I put the brown townhouse beside the pet shop, move the assembly square back, then what we can have is the stadiums all the way around the pitch, or staggered. We do need to basically figure out how we're going to park the buses and things as well. The other thing is, if I move the assembly square and kept everything else as it is and move the pitches round left to right, we might have all that space in front. Would that be better? And then we can then just use the back wall for stadiums. What would we like to see? I'm looking at that now going, would we get more space if we spun it round, and then we could have the parking in front of the stadium with the buses, and then we can make a road snaking onto the connecting road by the Ghostbuster bit, and then the assembly square just gets picked up and moved completely. There we go, have it. Yeah, well, it depends if we want to keep the pitch that way, because if we keep the pitch that way, I'll move it one way. If we think the pitch would look better, left to right. So if, for example, we had it going that way and it going that way, obviously the overhang that we've got there, it easily fit. So we could have that 16 by 16, would have all this space in front, and then we go from there. It depends if you want the pitch which way. We go with the original plan first, then, because maybe we just have it to the edge, and then we save 16 studs. So we have it to the edge, and then put the floodlights up in the corner. Put that bit like that. Move that back. We could then potentially have the parking this way, or where going left to right. Yeah, you won't see as many of the stands. I don't know if I don't think there's enough stands for it to go all the way around the pitch. I think it might just do the one side, maybe. I don't know how many of the stands we've got. I don't know how many floodlights we've got either. But we could have it that way with the stands here, so they'll be facing in. Obviously, we've got this ramp as well, which leads into this. But that's actually, luckily, behind the stands. That's a bit of luck. Okay. That 16 by 16 is for Gotham. I've got some Haribo with me today as well to keep me going, which is splendid. So with that assembly square, Killian's like, just go either way. With the assembly square, what if I put the square where the farm is? So when you're looking at everything, we can actually have a display in front of the assembly square on the table above the Marvel display. Would that look nicer? And we can just make it completely different. Wow, they are sour. Yeah. Okay. All right. Move it to exact. I don't know why I just said that, because I put everything there in anticipation we're tidying it up from left to right, but we're not. At the start of this live Saturday, I literally put everything there, but we are good. Right, so the farm will move, and we will just make it up as we go. I think I can hear rain hitting the roof, so hopefully that's not affecting the signal or anything like that. We have got a lot of road plates to play with as well, which is good. I've got a lot of vehicles that we can add into the displays after. That's what all of these bits are for. This track will come up for now, and then we can redo this track after. Yeah, I think because it's big, I think it might look quite nice there. And then just leave a bit of space in front of it, because from a photo point of view, oh, you're down there. From a photo point of view, we could get some nice bits. Yeah, just come up with a load of, just start writing really random stuff Saturday and see if he clocks onto it. Just start typing away, so he has to scroll through everything. That will really annoy him to have to read and listen at the same time, which you won't like. I can see that working quite nicely there. Which we were saying about the Spider-Man bridge, if you remember, putting it up at the back, but it's just too small. It will just be lost. But because this is obviously a base plate and a half, and we've never really done anything in front of this the assembly square. Obviously, some people make it as a like real nice sort of like town thing, but we never do anything. All this is everything is. It's funny though. Well, this is very true, Killian. See, this is true. So we could just use it as a grass area because it's big enough to do so. So now, are we saying that big football pitch we use as a car show, but we still need a football pitch for the X-Men display? If that's the case, that pitch will then fit the right-hand side of the assembly square, and we still keep the exact same space for the X-Men display. Or do you mean still make up the actual stadium and then just have cars on it? Because obviously I think the idea was in X-Men, it was a baseball stadium, wasn't it, that he destroyed? And in Batman, it was an American football stadium. But we could have a car show this end and a football stadium the other end. Or have a big open, just have the one stadium with cars on it and just make it our own. And still have it as the X-Men thing with the cars being picked up and thrown around, because that way we can use all the Speed Champion cars as well. So you can mash it up and make it our own, really, couldn't we? That could be a cool thing. Because that way I might not have to put like the floodlights and all of the stadiums in. But discuss it. Anybody that's watching this back, I feel so sorry for you, because this is changing on the spot. I love the fact we haven't even got to the harbour bit yet, because obviously we'll be doing that in a little bit. And I dread to think how much that's going to change before we even get there. But no, ideas like that make sense. That's good. They do tend to have car shows in the big stadiums and things like that. So that could work. Ah, yeah, all right, yeah. Two birds, one stone. So we can make up an old football pitch. That way, it utilises that bigger area. We can get a lot of cars on there, loads of figures looking at the cars, and obviously tons of figures in the stadiums as well. And then just have the X-Men going nuts. Perfect. Yeah, we can make out our own then, because all the other films that use stadiums, they have their own twist on it, don't they? So the Spring Lantern set, Mr. Saturday, is still here, but we'll have to put that maybe the other side. Well, could we put that in front of the assembly square? It's the same length, isn't it? Because the road designs and everything are gonna change completely. Oh, the hobgoblin is gone, destroyed. I need to find a clip for him. He just rests on there. It's not the most ideal place for him to be, but. All right, we've got the tractor. Get that tractor moved. I'll tell you one thing that I really like as we're moving this, that comes with that fresh truck, is this. I think this is such a cool thing. You get all of that with it. And obviously, if you buy more than one truck, it's designed for you to connect it on, so you can just make like a big allotment. I thought that was a nice. Well, we'll get everything. Kid is like, come on. We'll get the assembly square in. I'll have to find the instructions for all of that, but at least we've got the idea there. If worst case, Killian, I might use some of the base plates for the Marvel display. So if I just need to order some more base plates first, which is not a problem. Yeah, that's a cool little thing. I like that. Yeah, the speed. Yeah, I like that Saturday, because that way it's just a good place to put the cars, and we can have the owners in front of them, and yeah, we can make it nuts. Right. So I'm going to place it. If it looks right, then I'll have to move the garage and the diner anyway. So this is going to be a bit of a trial and error. I need to order basically some plates. This could go horrifically wrong, because I've got to put this over the top of the Marvel. Can you imagine I drop this on top of the Marvel display? I will cry. What do you think? God, I need sat down on that then. I need sat down on your Spring Lantern set Saturday. That could have been painful. So I've not even placed it properly, but visually, does that look nice there from where you're sat? Yeah, I'll move the farm much further over to the right hand side. So I'll put that basically on the outskirts of the town, because it was just because I was actually thinking, do we try and add a bit of train track coming from this sort of harbour area, run the track through the forest and just have it all overgrown, and then actually connect it up to the top with this, and have it, the dockyard train set that they've just released. So that sort of thing. Not the passenger train, the cargo one. That's the one, the cargo one. Yeah, I think, because we can still have a road going behind it, and we could, if we wanted to, put some more modulars there, and then that would then leave more space basically in that corner for whatever we wanted. Or I bring maybe the diner and the garage over to the left, and then from the brain of the assembly square there'd be nothing, and then we can just work into that space. That might yeah, what Dan said. All right, like it. So okay, important question though. Well, yeah, I was thinking maybe having the track coming from the dry dock. So where we've got the 4 32 by 32s, the far furthest on the back left as you look at it and I look at it. So if we put the back left, basically the boat will be raised up. We'll make up that abandoned building. Behind the abandoned building, I was thinking of just putting a bit of track. Straight line, because it just happens to be a straight line, would take it directly through the center of that marble display, which is all the trees and the forests. So we could have all of this just with nothing on it, and then it links into the actual city, and that's the only connection from all three. Yeah, Mr. Saturday. So we're going for a dry dock. Yeah. So this boat. Oh, hang on, completely the wrong display. So this boat here. We'll get onto that today. This is the plan. We're going to be on it for a good while. This is going to get raised up. And then we've got 4 32 by 32 base plates here for Gotham, basically. So we've got to figure out, once we've placed the modulars, we're then looping it straight around to Gotham, redoing the alleyway, talking about what we're going to do with skyscrapers, start attacking the dry dock, try and make an abandoned building, and then we can start placing some of the DC characters and some of the cars. And I've also made up, which I like this little forklift, which is the reason why I said about the track is I've said this in a lot of my Lego shop videos, that this is this. Now we could use these. Now I know you've got to use your imagination a little bit, so I do apologize. This is the fresh range. All right, he's got a cool little penny on and whatever else. This is the truck with the carrot on top. So it's this thing here. Yeah, so it's all the really nice bright colors and everything else. It comes with this. This comes with the shop that we've put into the coaster. But the train from the cargo set comes with a special figure of this line in the fresh idea. So I thought maybe we could have these as like the proper villain people, because that way they would actually be in the Marvel, the DC, and in the theme park area, and they'll be running everything. So they're basically the goons. And instead of them dealing in drugs, they deal with naughty veg, which is obviously injected with Killian's ingredients. But because that is what the fresh thing is, that's what they are. Is if you look, they've actually got a line that go across everything, and there's just a figure, because the train station also has a fresh figure in it, and it has artwork for the fresh. They've gone mental for it. So I don't know. Yeah, so we could do, but obviously the track doesn't have to be working, because we could make the track up and completely in a really bad deteriorated state going through the center of the Marvel bit. But there is that sort of idea of where they could connect if they want to, but the train just wouldn't be on the track. But yeah, that's, I know it's a long shot, but we can, if we're thinking of doing that, then we can place some of this track down today. So, and then that way, Killian's goons, because don't forget, we've got 5 more of these, Killian could be running the whole show, and he could be going against everybody from Marvel and everybody from DC at the same time. I know. Right, so going back to the assembly square, obviously it looks nice there. I'll put it smack in the middle. How far back do we go? Do we put a little display in front of it, or do we just not bother? And it just stays basically tight. So do we have it? So it's like, that's actually not too bad. That's not too bad, actually. So that is, hopefully it's coming across cleanly enough. Let me just unlock it on the phone so I can actually see without turning around. So we have got it connected up to the top there, look. And it comes round. So do we have it like that? Does that look nice or not? Too close? And then we've got to figure out what is going on. What is going on? So that can potentially just stay there then, if we're going to have the car show. That could just stay like that. That could stay like that. Those two move over. And we could, well, do we just put townhouse either side of it and it's done? Do we just do that? Hang on. Tell you what, you guys are on fire. You guys are on fire. Do we just... So we have the townhouse, we don't need any roads, do we? Oh, my days. I'm stuck on. I'm stuck on a... Of course I am. So what am I stuck on? Stuck on a bunny rabbit. Of course I am. Yeah, I like that. I like that, Dan. Yeah, we'll chop them up. Because there's the blue car and the pink car, isn't there? But I was thinking, what if we just had these two townhouses either side? This is the only thing, because now I can't reach. Oh. What does that look like? Isn't the one of us who already has a city? Fair enough. What about that? What do we think? Does that work with the two townhouses side by side? Colin, how are we, sir? Well, we've done this. So we've made a bit of a display with all of the Marvel stuff. So we've done this basically and put a Punisher scene in. And we're in the process of about to start doing like a Batman Gotham. But because we've moved a load of modulars, basically it just got very, very gappy. So you can see, because I pulled them out, there's just basically gaps everywhere. So we've just moved that to there to see what it looks like. I think it looks okay. And then we're going to put this big football pitch out. And then we've got the idea of building up all the stadiums, the floodlights and everything, and then put all the Speed Champion cars on it. And then connect that bit to the Marvel display as like an X-Men display. So that is the plan. But Colin, if you've got any ideas, then please let us know. I guess the question is, do I... No, I guess I can leave a gap. I think maybe just leave it like that and leave a gap between the firehouse, because I could actually fit the pet shop on the one side and the bookshop on the other. Because there's two more modules to come. I could where we have this, I could put another one in there, which I think that's a 16 by 16 gap. And then there's another one that could go here and it'd be completely covered off. But I don't know if you guys think that would be too much. Because then we'd only have the 3 modulars left, basically. And obviously we've got the spring light and gardens and stuff. No, it's all good. Yeah, it's all good. We put the Ghost Rider bike up on there, Colin. I mean, it might fall down. Don't get me wrong. There's potential, Colin, that it might just go bang, but it's there for now. So I move the diner. So if I bring the diner over to that corner, because obviously the road plates can go back behind it. Hopefully, I bet they won't fit, but we can figure that out as we go. No, I think it's I think because the table's not level, Colin. It is all together. Possibly. Yeah, no, it is. It's solid. Look. Yes, it is all stuck together. It's just I think maybe because the phone. Oh no, yeah, I can see it on there. It does actually look like it's tipping forward. I think it's just the table. I think the floor's off by that much. So it'd be all right, hopefully. Well, if I was to put the cameras, it's stuck with blue tack, Colin. It's all top of the range this way, so it's you're on a. There you go. If I put you down and actually try and get you on, yeah, you still look wonky. I'll be like, nah, it's fine. We'll do it all. I'll lock the loft up later on, then it just go. If you want the restaurant and the hotel around the assembly square, I'll move the 2 townhouses then, if that's what you're thinking. So we'll have those 2 side by side, pull those 2 townhouses out, and then we can start over in that corner. And I'll bring the restaurant over, and I suppose it actually look quite nice because we can have the restaurant on the left, and the new one could be on the right because it's a corner and it doesn't need a road either, does it? So that could work, and then that would sort of look. It's obviously part of both cities then, really. So that would do the trick. Right, guys, what I'll do is, as you guys are chatting away, which is amazing, give me a couple of minutes just to move these vehicles off this table because we're doing it in a different order to what I had planned, which is absolutely splendid. I'll put those vehicles over there, and then I will bring the restaurant over and put it beside the assembly square, pick up the 2 townhouses. The diner and the garage will be the first 2 things to go basically where the restaurant and the pet shop is. And then I think what we can then do is put the pet shop, the bookshop, and the 2 townhouses side by side behind the Ghostbuster firehouse. And then I can re-put down all the road plates, and then we can move on to the Gotham display. Sound good? Yeah? Happy days. Sweet. Okay. And then obviously the other side, it will be good for farming and that kind of thing. I've got to try and move all of this stuff. It was all beautifully planned out. And then these ideas. But yeah, basically we're going really heavy for Marvel DC layout, Colin. So that is the plan. So hopefully it'll come across nicely with the displays and everything else like that. And then we'll have to wait and see what the one is in January. Which if I can try and get the boutique before January, and then we can get the one in January, I have 2 new modulars to go in. That'll then fill up a little bit of space. But I think from like here across, that'll all be empty space. I think like it was anyway. So yeah, we've got Hulk Smash Chicken. Hopefully you haven't just seen that bit, because I showed Colin that about 5 minutes ago. So somebody tell him. He watched Adam West Batman as well yesterday. He thought that was a new one. So somebody tell him to shimmy forward. Right, I want to be really careful with these chickens and things, because I don't want to move them too far. But what potentially we could have that track with all of the bits and pieces if we wanted to. Like I said, we can do that basically straight away today, because there's just an army of those fresh minifigures. They're pretty cool, but you could get away with them being like goons. So I think Mr. Lego King's with it. He's with it, and I think this is a really nice figure. It's an actual proper high vis. Is that coming through on the camera? I think that's a nice touch. But how are you getting on with your if you're still here, Colin, how are you getting on with your display? Colin's in the process of tweaking some bits and pieces, so hopefully he's good. Right, okay, let's get these out of the way. It'll be all worth it when it's done. Things are definitely getting smashed. That's 100% going to happen. That's a reload for the next bit. I'm guessing he needs to be at the car show, doesn't he? So I'm not going to bother moving him. He's on tour. Oh, just move something. I can stand on the floor. Magic. Magic, magic, magic. Oh, cycle lane. Nice. Nice. That's another thing thought about. Cycle lanes, EV charging points, because Colin knows this, but if you guys don't, the car that comes with the new Fresh is actually electric. So they've got the electric bits on the front. So that's cool. A cool thing. Right, so this needs to move. Oh, crunch. That one needs to move. Two for two, not broken yet. Yet is the big key thing to that. It's a good clean. I've got brick dust all over it. Well, I need the charging points. Yeah, I've got the e-car, but I haven't got any. I wouldn't put those scooters in. They're not a big thing over this way. I can't see them being around for much longer, to be honest. I think people are just going to end up killing themselves on it. Oh. Right, let me just get a trusty 32 by 32. Yeah. Right, that's in. Nearly sat on your gardens again. It's painful when I do sit on it. Right, does that look okay? Fair play, Colin. You've got some patience and skill. I just wouldn't know where to start with any of that. It's just be a nightmare. So that row plate is for the new one, and then that's how that looks. Yeah. So now we need to move the garage and the diner. I guess the garage needs to be the first one shifted because that needs to be on the corner over the Tsar. The Enchanto set. Yeah. Nice. I don't know if I can reach the garage. Oh dear. Can I reach it? Oh, there is actually a Porsche in the garage as well, so that's handy. I'm going to get this out. Come on. Oh no. Oh, God, I held my breath and everything for that. Held my breath and everything. Okay. Right, so there's pet shop and bookshop. That needs to go into the corner. I'm going to have to climb on the table. I'm going to have to go climbing, aren't I? That's what's going to have to happen. Right. This could be painful. I do apologise in advance of how close you're going to be to what could be absolutely disastrous. Any requests if I keel over? Anybody want any of the sets? Let me know. I will send them out somehow. Oh dear. I haven't gone up here for a long time. Ow. Ow. Your fault, Saturday. All your fault. Oh, that's got emotional quickly. That is emotional. Oh, I've got like 3 shades of pink. Oh, damn it, I've just knocked one figure. That's it. We're good. We're good. Yeah. It did come with a friendly warning. With regards to those that I've just shifted, am I putting the... All right, just to put the 2 townhouses directly beside it, yeah? We happy with that? I will read all your comments in a sec. Hang on. It's only professionally done here. There's no there's nothing else that we do. It's all professional. Oh, please reach. Just entertain yourselves. Entertain yourselves. Entertain yourselves. I just don't want to crush the Ghostbusters or the Marvel stuff, obviously. Oh, turning to yoga, this is. Yoga. All right, ram him back in his hole. Come on, in you go. Magic. Push that out of the way. Get that around. Oh, magic. There we go. That look all right? I think all of that. That look okay? Can you see? I can't twist my head enough. Hopefully you can kind of see what we've done. Oh yeah. Hopefully that's coming out right. The funny thing is I now need to get that diner over here, which is not going to be fun, but I should just be able to, he says, just be able to pick that up. So let's have a go. It's not for a bang. Oh, I can't get off the table. I can't get off the table. Got it, done it. Like a pro, first time. Absolutely no problems at all. Woo. Right, where are we? That was a proper hands and knees crawl, that one was. Right, hang on. Brain fog. Yeah, it's too small for that. Don't worry about the wang. Oh, don't tease me like that, Colin. Rebickable bookshop. I have to send some photos over, see what that looks like. That looks amazing. Townhouses there, good. Need a stick, definitely. Yeah, splendid. Right, okay, so next thing is the next one. So we know this is all because of Saturday wanting everything. Actually, no, to be fair, it started with Killian saying about the car show. I know Saturday wants the diner and the garage by the car show, which makes sense. We are going to have a huge amount of space, which is great. So that is going to be good. Oh my days. It's like a big pizza. Oh. Got it. Got it. I am hot now, not going to lie, I am hot. Right, so, Mr. Saturday. We'll just leave a gap for another one. Or we can just have them paired, actually, couldn't we, I guess? We could either start, it could be like that. That work? Happy with that, everybody? Can I sit down before I fall over? Do I push it? Do I push it against the wall? Because we have got space-wise, we've got quite a bit. But I'm guessing now it's going to be a car show. It kind of makes sense having the pitch to here, and then having the stadiums there, with them driving on that way, and then it's just everything going on that bit. Yeah. Yeah, I was actually really tempted to maybe try and pick up a cheap second garage and do that, actually, Colin, because the pub does look really, really smart. I remember Mandy telling me about it ages ago, and I think it looks really nice. So yeah, we've got space. We've got space for stuff. The road. Should we put the road down at a later date? Put the road down at a later date, I think. Yeah, the pub does look cool. It does look rather smart, to be fair. I think that looks to be half decent, hopefully. Hopefully. Oh, that's a mission. So that's a little bit different now. So we've got from, well, basically the restaurant across. Not even looking at where I want you needed to be looking at. So we've got like the restaurant across of space behind. So from probably like the assembly square, I know there's going to be another unit there, but for the assembly square over, we could add in the farm and we can do those bits and pieces as well. Yeah, now we've got options. What do you want to do? Do you want me to do you want to space out this pitch perfectly and then just put, because I think if I've worked that out right, yes we have. So we can, with those two modulars as they are, have stadiums either side. if we wanted to, because we've got basically it goes pitch, and then we've got a 32 by 32 space, and then we've got the garage and the diner. That's what we've just done, and then we got probably a 16 by 16 at the back. So the start point is basically the garage. I think that would make sense, and it just gives us that wiggle room then to move the pitch over left or right. Worst case, I can bring it over this way and we can slot another one in, and then we've just got space beside the diner. Maybe be able to do like a custom one. Never, which is obviously never going to happen, so I'm saying that now. But we could easily put some road down, and it can just stop. It could just stop outside, and we could then have it blocked off, and then put a load of minifigures on there. So we could do that, or we can go straight round to the Gotham bit. Like I said, I'm on till 7, so we've got at least another 2 hours. So it's your call, guys, which way you want to go. Start off a little bit slow with the boxes. That's my bad, but I think it was probably a good thing that we did, because it gave us a chance to think about this. Otherwise, we would never have done any of that. But yeah, we could carry on with that bit. Obviously, I've now just dumped all of the farm stuff here. That is enticing me, so I'll have that. So we could now quickly put the road down if you want. What would have worked, I know this is a stupid thing, but can you remember the video set that did the music stage? That would have worked perfectly, because we could have just had it blocked off, and we could have had the we could have had like an actual band playing on the road and everything else, and it could have been a full-blown street party. Nice. Well, that works actually. So we have got 16 by 16 stand football pitch, 16 by 16, and then we've got 16 by 16 of nothing into the garage, the diner space. So we would have two 32 by 32s and a 16 by 16 for a road. So I can put the road down. Obviously, we'll have to take all the tiles off at some point. I won't do that now. I can just do that on another live. But they will slot straight in. Obviously, the road was there, and then we can just have it as like a dead end. So if you guys and girls are agreeing with that, we can do that. Absolutely. Yeah, we can have two. Yeah, we could have two 32 by 32s. Yeah, because it would give that illusion of, we could have maybe some marble figures in that little bit as well, couldn't we? All right, dude, Norris, that is absolutely fine. When Killian comes back, Killian, I'll let you let me know about the space of that. Maybe I could put a. You just put something else down the side of the diner. I suppose a diner car could be in the car show, though, couldn't it? It's either that or we put a park there. You could put Saturday's gone. You could put the spring lantern there in the back corner if that works. What do you reckon? We've got a that 16 by 16 that we could just fill that gap in, and that's that bit done. And then we just got the other spring lantern for the 32 by 32, which we could just put in somewhere. Because I was going to put the spring lantern set in the forest area, but we can figure that out. Space this and just make sure that we have actually got enough, because I know which way it would look better. I think it's going to look better that way. paths. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Yeah. So we've got where the basically I wanted to make sure I could space out the football pitch. So I think because we're going to do it as a car show, we don't need the stadiums this side, so we can just see it easily. So where it is like that, there'll be no stadium. So we just had it no stadium, and then this 16 by 16 is the line for stadiums, floodlights, and stuff. That is then we could then put a little road around the corner garage. But the other thing is because we've got that gap in the far corner, I think eyeballing it's got to be a 16 by 16 gap, and we have got the other part of the spring lantern set not doing anything, so we could just potentially put that beside the diner and just have that as like a park area for everybody. And then we've got the table space coming around that then leads to here, which would obviously be perfect, and then it wraps around. So I think that's probably the best way for spacing. But yeah, it just depends if we want the spring lantern setting. I think that's what it comes down to next, if we want that in or not for that area. So obviously that is Saturday as baby, but it is up for full discussion if that will work. So that's what I kicked. That's annoying. There we go. I must have caught. So yeah, we've got to just think of that, and then I'm going to put the farm stuff back in the space because I'm going to lose it otherwise. So that can just go here for now. We're not coming this far up now, are we? So it's the street party beside the Ghostbusters. We're going to have characters escaping and doing all sorts of weird and wonderful stuff, which will work. But yeah, that's the set in question. This little thing, does this go beside the diner, or do we just put it somewhere else? Because it's such an awkward thing. Or we reattach it to the spring lantern set and we just have a bigger this spring lantern thing by the farm. It's a shame we haven't got another 32 by 32. We could have just had that popped up to be part of the party, but we don't. So that's all up for discussion. Right, tractor needs to move. Let's do the chicken coop. Right, all these figures. Rabbits. A high-vis lady, which is important for the display that will be coming up to in a second. I'm liking how that looks. It looks so much cleaner. Which is fantastic. Happy with that. So I will detail all these road plates at some point, and we can get them down. Yeah, because the tiles can come up, and we can put a load of figures walking down the side, and then just put some bigger bits on the actual road. If you guys can think of anything that would work on there, then let us know, because that would be handy. I can't think of anything, but that's what it looks like with the road down. So that's that. But that'll do the trick as a thing, I reckon. So that does the trick nicely. And then yeah, I think it looking smart. Because don't forget we've got that top shelf to do stuff with as well. And then I think it's getting there. I think we're doing all right so far. But I like them. The new one goes where that is. That's the farm stuff. But yeah, that moved over there, and the street party thing there. I think that'll do. I think that'll work really, really well. Yeah, I think the football pitch needs to be like that, and then we put the stadiums and stuff around it, and then we just attack it and go from there. I think that might be the better option for things. So we'll wait for Saturday to come back, and then what we will do is we will start on the Gotham area. So if Jada has joined in yet, we don't know. She said she might be listening in the background, but she might be watching it back as she builds. She came up with a fantastic idea of a building, abandoned building. That's what she came up with. So she came up with the abandoned building for this display over here. So these cars will be on this pitch, won't they? Ooh, nice mix and a mash of that. Oh, transport a truck that could be being stripped down potentially for pieces. We could definitely do something with that. Oh, it's just a good excuse to get some more of the Speed Champion cars. Killian, thank you very much for that. Right, so this is, I'm not going to lie, I'm not a fan of this. I put it together and I'm looking at it going, it looks so chunky compared to the Fast and the Furious car. I didn't think it was that high off the floor in the film, but I don't know. Well, we've got a gap. Basically, we have got a gap. So, Killian, Mr. Killian. We have got the road plates. I think it's going to be the party, and then that's going to be blocked off. And then obviously we've got the way up from the Marvel bit to go into the X-Men bit. So it does link, but we have got this gap here that we can either connect it or do something with, or we can do something slightly different with it. So yeah, we got options basically what we can do, but obviously it can go further back as well. So we could push the road back, because I would imagine that is a 16 by 16, so I can't get any more road in there. So we'd have to customize the back of it if we wanted to carry on with the street party at the back. But beside the diner, like I said, I don't know if we can put the spring lantern bit in. We've got the gap, and then we've got there'll be all the stadiums down the side, the floodlights, and then onto the actual grass, and then we can just crack on and go from there. So yeah, I'm not too sure with regards to how we connect it up. I mean, we can either make like a tunnel or a bridge or something. We can do something slightly different with it. Because obviously that bit will be blocked off, so it'll just be like an end of the road thing. I mean, the other thing we could do is just randomly have a bit of train track there, just to divide it up, and we can have a train track to nowhere, just have a really random bit of track for no reason, and put a rail crossing in. But we're limited really to the space because it's a 16, so we could get 2, 4. We've got 6 16 by 16 space, so we can make loads of displays up with that. Maybe we could, at the far end, we could tee it off and then put a load of like Saturday said, putting a load of picnic hampers and stuff down, like benches and things where the people could just be sat down having a bit of a party. And then the band, we could potentially be on the actual road, so we can make it as like a like a capital T shape, and this bit would be the end, and then we can just put some stuff. We could put some stuff there, maybe. Yeah, and just see what happens with that, really. But yeah, you've come up with a fantastic idea for the car show, which is nice. Again, it comes with an alternative head. The penguin. Sorry, no, it's penguin. That's Colin Farrell. He's just got a basic torso print. It's all right in the legs. That does the trick. As we said, that would be the water. So do we start on the boat and try and raise the boat up, or do we start on the abandoned building? What do we move on to next? Because I just need to, when Saturday's back, we just need to put the figure out if we're going to put that bit in there or put something else in there, and then that bit's in and ready then. So that's ace. There's nothing in the Marvel bit to do because we've used all the figures that we can do, and obviously we'll go back to that Marvel bit when the university's done. So I think it's probably Gotham time, isn't it? Yeah, I think so, Mr. Killian. I'm thinking so. Okie dokie. Right, let's end the poll for this one. I suppose the easiest thing to ask is it are we doing yeah, so what I've pulled out, Killian, is I've got a load of these for levels, and then I've got the glass. So we could just make a narrow, tall, just figure out what we want to do. Have an open back, obviously, but we've got some of the glass that we picked up. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 7, 8. I think I found some steps as well. Yep. So we've got some steps that we can go up and raise it up off the floor. And then we've got all of these levels, and then we've got the rest of the tan bricks that we can do bits with. So we can do stuff like that. Just that if we use all of that, that's right, bud. Yeah, if we do all of that, then I don't know what we can raise the boat up with. But I have got the glass, the platforms and things. And then obviously when the boat's raised up, we can put this display around it and crack on from there. So yeah, we've got options, right? Mix of all DC straight in, 100%. 3 votes already. Yeah, I think so. So as we're starting the dry dock, because obviously we can add in the all the figures and do whatever it is we want to do or need to do. what other DC buildings can we use? Yeah, they might. Barry. Possibly. It's a shame I don't have a smaller Lego crane. I could have just had him hung up. Because that boat does need to be raised for sure. But yeah, so if we are going to go full-blown DC, I think the thing that we need to think of is where we've got the tracks. And we come through is, do we just not have a road on the right hand side, and do we just have 3 32 by 32s on this side to block all of that off? Do we have 3 skyscrapers going down in height to go with the slant of the roof, and those buildings are then, say, Bruce Wayne Tower, the Daily Planet, and whatever else, and we just take a tier off, for example, the Daily Bugle, and just make it like stepping stones down, so there's no road going through on the right side. Linda, how are we? Yeah, so I have got almost all of the Winter Village sets. So every year I bring them out and make like a massive display. I don't put it in the city though. I have them on a shelf dotted around. So that's what we tend to do with that. But yeah, we've just moved all of this about because we're going to be adding in more displays. So we've just moved the garage, the diner, Bugle stayed the same, restaurants moved, Assembly Square's moved. We've moved all of that stuff across the back. This has all stayed the same. There's not much actually that stayed the same, to be honest. But now we're about to move over to the Gotham side. But yeah, we've got bits that we can do for the for that display. So yeah, I think it should, hopefully it's coming across on the camera nicely, that when you do some reels and pan across and things like that, it should be nice. And then there's going to be a nice car show just there, which is always exciting. So yeah, we can see exactly what is going to be occurring, which is nice. But yeah, the new Lego Christmas tree looks ace. It's bigger than the one with the train that goes around across at the bottom, isn't it? So it'll be on the list. But I think they've released that early because of the demand for all of the Christmas sets is absolutely massive. So it'll be interesting to see what the new Winter Village set's going to be this year. I'm quite excited about that one. Yeah, so Arkham, there is that, but they're not. It's other DC stuff though, isn't it? Rather than it just being all Batman. That's the only thing. I think a lot of the buildings, all I can think of is the Daily Planet. That's because of U and J. I can think of Wayne Tower. I can think of the train station from the Batman. Arkham Asylum from the other films, and that's about it. Apart from the Manor, I can't think of anything else. And I mean, obviously, if we did, because all the DC figures are going to go in, it just depends on what we're going to do on that side. I think that's the key thing with it, because where you got that gap just there, but yeah, it's just a case of figuring out exactly what is what. So yeah. Do you want me to try and raise the boat up first, and then we do the abandoned building and go from there? Would that make sense? Ripped you up and off in the wrong place now. Hang on. There we go. That's a bit better. You can kind of see ish what's going on. So we are over here. Yeah, we've got the cop shop, haven't we? We've got the police station there. Yeah, All right, we'll do that, because obviously this side, it's very much a case of, do I tile the road or do I not bother, and what we're going to do with the alleyway. Whereas this bit, it can be done slightly differently. So I can raise this up. I could keep the water there for effect that it's just, but it's supposed to be a dry dock, so that's not going to work, is it? Swap these over, because this 32 isn't actually going to be doing anything, so that can go there. What about yourself, Linda? Do you do a display for your Christmas display stuff? Do you do anything, or better yet, has anybody actually picked up the Christmas tree yet? I've not seen. It's not something that I would build. I build it sort of the last week of November, and then make sure that the display is ready for start of December. Easier start, Killian. Easier start from Killian, and I have no idea what I'm raising this up with. Looking around in panic. Got to have something, surely. Got a space rocket frame, but that's not going to work. Technic pieces. Don't want to use those bricks because they're going to eat up into all of those. Yeah, that could be the only thing. I mean, I got this. This came with the veggie shop. So could I just raise this up with some 1x2 bricks, and then just put this on top, and it just sit? Can we get away with doing that? No, it's a dry docks. It's not going to be water, so it's going to be like a boat, like just a dry docks. So we need it raised up with everything else down, so we can have all the it's really part of a Gotham, well, a DC display. So we're going to have all the DC characters around it, a bit like what we've done with the Marvel stuff over this side, but we're just sort of mirroring it over that side. Yes, I have some actual bricks. I had them. What did I do with them? What box did I put them in? Killian, what box did I put them in? I had them at the start of the live. Oh, I had loads of bricks. Where did I put them? Because that would be perfect. Here we go again. Oh, amazing. That would be beautiful. So what stuff have you got in your city, Linda? You know, Killian's just starting his display off as well. Oh, I had loads of red and yellow bricks, like the 2x8s. Where have I just put those? Because that would be perfect. You can't be back in this massive box, surely. Oh, Killian, they're at the top. They're at the top. Just here in this whole Safeways bag. Look. Look. Oh, see? We've got yellow, blue stuff. Got a white. A very, very old post office sign. Roof tiles. Stuff in there. Right. We can continue. Perfect. Well done, Killian. I knew they were somewhere. I knew I'd just seen them. So we can just put some of those underneath here, make it up as high as we want. It'll be sturdy. Put the boat on top of it, and the job's a good one. Yeah, we'll just do that. We'll just put them underneath. Or we use these bricks for the building as well. Suppose we can. Do you want yellow? Yellow for the thing? Yeah, just yellow. Right, yellow to race. Okay, yellow to race. Sorry, Linda. Where are we? Getting the new Christmas tree from Future Look. Yeah, mate. I'm looking forward to seeing that because it looks taller than some of the Christmas trees that they've done. But the one that I've got, which I've always put sort of in the middle of the display, it's got the circular bit around it. On YouTube, I think the first short that I ever did, like last year, was the Christmas display. I'm sure it was on YouTube and not just not just on Instagram, so you could actually see the type of displays that I do. But I love, if I could only collect one theme, it would be that, because I think the Winter Village sets, doing it at Christmas, and it's just making, get all the Christmas minifigures and stuff out. I think it's just so nice, sort of become a tradition to do. Well, yeah, Killian beat you to that one, and they said that to me yesterday. Yeah, so what I did is I've just pulled out all these boxes that are basically in storage, and it's just stuff everywhere currently. But we can over a period of time we can get it done. I reckon we'll add some to it. So the question is, how tall are we making this? Because do we want it tall enough for a normal car to go underneath? Do we want it the same height as the train tracks? That'd be, I don't know how tall do you want it? And I'm assuming we're not making it solid, so we can actually have figures underneath it, sort of like welding the forklift to drive underneath it and that kind of thing. Yeah, it's not a solid shape that we're after. Forklift underneath that? Not yet. No. Yeah, I've been slapped on the wrist a couple of times, Linda. Just with the amount of tiles that is needed to be sorted. No. Any ideas? We have got a print, and that isn't pen. That's an actual print. I don't know what that is. Here we have it, like that, and then it's like that. Is that in proportion? It's exactly the same width as a back car, look. So the back car can go underneath it. Just. We've got enough clearance room for that. So the car will go underneath it, and we can put some figures underneath. We can have them battling around, standing on it, doing whatever. So it's either, if I put it in, we can either have it that way, so we've got room for, because even with a figure, they can go underneath Obviously, they can't reach the boat, but we can make a little step up for them. Minifigure height to work on. Right, okay, hang on. That's be 4 bricks. That's a minifigure, isn't it? It's 4 bricks to a minifigure. So that'd be easier if we do that, and it saves some bricks. Four bricks. Yeah, no, I guess so. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, it just needs to be raised off ever so. Yeah, we can have them. We could literally get the figure now stood underneath it with their arms up, and it looks like they're working on it. So obviously it's the wrong figure. I know it's penguin. We're not going to use penguin, but does that look better? That work, Killian, Linda, everybody else? What do we reckon? Because if he's got a tool in his hand, it will obviously touch the boat. And if it's one shorter than that, I think it would hit. For everybody that's liked the video, guys, thank you. It always helps massively. And obviously I can bring it over. So we could have the figures all the way around it. We can basically figure out exactly what we want to do. But we happy with that? Does that make sense? Having it up there? Because we could have, we got all those, I put them in a bag. I put all the figures in separate bags. And I got slightly scared with the amount of figures that there are. But we've got all those electronic ones with the yellow helmets, haven't we? That we had these. So do we just have them working on it? With their little robot-y thing? We've got, what, 5 or 6 of those, haven't we? Ah, hang on. You missed it. You missed it. He's missed the gains. Right. That height for you, Killian, with a tool in his hand, would that make sense? Obviously, it'll be a little bit lower as well once it's clipped down, and just need to figure out roughly where he gets placed. But are we happy with that? And then obviously straight away you could have forklift driver, somebody stood on the forklift doing some bits and pieces. We could have people on the boat and stuff. Yeah, I think so. I think we could have people all the way around it. I think with the studs on the other side, if we leave 4 studs width, we could have, yeah. All right, we'll do that. Um, 4 studs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 studs. 4 runts. So I have utilised and used every bit of that fresh thing. All right, I think, because this is the stand from it. I mean, it overhangs, but it doesn't matter if it overhangs, does it? I can obviously pull them back. It could be there. Oh, actually, I'll bring them back as studs. There's a bit more room. Oh, we're not going to be able to do anything behind this bit, are we? So I might as well utilise. I've eyeballed it. Don't worry. Perfect. That's what we want. That's why we want it. Thank you very much. Right, he's in. He's on. Done. There we go. Raised at last. Yes, Killian. So yeah, we want those just wooden crates, boxes, just people with welders. We could have you all over the boat if you want. Do you want that? Do you want to be all over it? We can have 5 of you, the same crew. We could mix you up with all of the yellow gang, if need be and required. Yeah, because we have definitely have that forklift beside it, and it has a box. There's a what have I just done with that? If I put it over here, yes, I have. Yeah, because that's the dodgy red pumpkins that comes with this forklift, and it actually sits on the forklift like that. So we can actually have you stood in the box if you want. Yeah, weird place in that way. They could just be hacking into everything around it. So as you are the man with a toolbox, are we having you all over this boat? And then behind the boat, bring you over. So behind the boat, we then have Jada's idea of the abandoned building. And if we do it, the train track can come off and just go in a straight line. So we could redo the water. Just needs to that water needs to move over one anyway. So we could, if you guys and girls think it would look half okay, is we could have an abandoned train track running across the back of this, stopping basically there. So we could have it basically like snapped, and then we could have an abandoned building. So we could do something like that maybe, or the track actually would fit underneath, so it could just be abandoned underneath it if we wanted it underneath. So we have options now, Mr. Killian. Do we make the display around the boat, get that finished, or do we try and make up building and then do both the displays at the same time? Because that still leaves us with an abandoned building and this boat. We still got 2 32 by 32s and probably 16 by 16 to make up stuff with as well. Well, I thought so. That's why I thought maybe we could have it either behind the abandoned building or in front of the abandoned building. I thought we could just have it all run down, and then it can just, even if we just had the 2 tracks, maybe we just put 2 straight tracks down. Yeah, I think so. Well, yeah, I that's the kind of old thing that I'm aiming for. But do we? I guess do we go length or girth? What would you prefer? We can go length or girth. I think if we went left to right, width. So we went that way across the back of the boat. We could have Jada's abandoned building behind it, or we go that way and we just have this going across by the side of the boat. I don't think that will. you can't drive on that, so that wouldn't make any sense. So it'd have to go across the back. 2 bits of track, if you wanted to know, is exactly 32 base plates, 32 studs, 2 bits of track. So we could have that. Angled, we could do whatever we want with that. It doesn't even have to be straight, it could be curved. Or we could just have one piece. We can have one bit abandoned. We'll do that. One bit abandoned. Right, Killian is making food. Saturday is going to be coming back. Jade is not here yet, which is a shame, because I wanted to find out what she would like to have done with her abandoned building. So, I'll take a sip of this, and we will start making a building up and just see how tall we want to make it, really, because it is getting to that time where people will be coming and going, and then they'll settle back in, probably, hopefully, for like the last half hour, an hour. So for the next half hour, it might just be me talking to myself, which is absolutely fine. A narrow abandoned building. That wide, that long, up. And then we can have figures on every level, if need be, if we haven't got the ground space. But to get some extra height, white. You know, white, make it very different. It's going to be abandoned, it can't be perfect, so there's got to be like bits of glass missing. Okay. Alright, can we do something with this? 4, 5. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, we'll give that a go. Just a load of white bricks. Raise it up from the bottom. And then once we've got the height at the bottom, we can then just use a glass on every single bit of level. And we could potentially make this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stories high. Really, I mean, that is taller than a minifigure, so we could get away with that. And then I've got the those 2x2, so yeah, we can make it really run down and battered on purpose. So if we get the ground, the base needs to be taller than the boat. That's what I'm trying to get at. So I need to make it tall to start with. That's absolutely nowhere near. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. There you go. So I don't make the base taller than ground level. You're not going to see it. A bit of red as well, so I can use the red. Good idea by Jada for this. So this was the stuff, these are the pieces that we had for our Punisher display. Obviously now we've really adapted that massively. I will work on the height of that after, because if I just make this up with these, we can tart it up as we go, and then we can figure out everything. So, ooh, you know what? You're talking about food today. I'm gonna open up this arrow and see if it gets my brain going. It won't, but it just tastes nice. Five between. I know, dude. But that is basically my dinner and lunch. So I know. I'm just making a mock-up, and then if I've got enough pieces, I can reinforce it. I don't know whether just to now go narrow. I could just do that on top of each other. How's that starting to look for height? No, 6 more. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I go 3 more levels, or I'm going to go 6 more levels. How tall do we want to make it? So I go 3 more levels, I can do double width, I think. So that'll be 1, that's 2, 4 more. So 4 more levels, but keep it the full width. And I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 panes, 6 panes of glass. So if I've got enough bricks, that's what we're going to bodge. If I've got enough bricks. He says. I've got the bright green bricks. Yeah, it will be fine because it could be all radioactive, isn't all that sort of stuff. We can use some trans green. It won't matter, will it? We'll be all right. We'll be fine and fine. Oh, that I definitely don't want to be dropping. Spin that bad boy around. Pop on there. Itchy nose. That one goes there. That goes like that. So far, it's bodged. It's supposed to be. I will reinforce it, but you get the idea of an abandoned, run-down, horrible building, which can be taller than this. This will end up falling down probably, but we'll see. We will see. These pieces, I don't think it'll be used for anything else. There's not enough for a custom skyscraper or anything like that, so they're not really going to be used for much else. Yeah, I got all these pieces from the Bristol store. Managed to find all these little bases and managed to bring back this sort of glass, and it might be alright. Come on. Well, I'll reinforce it, but obviously I've purposely left panes of glass out at the bottom because they've been. See, look how strong it is, though. See, it didn't break. So it looks like they've been smashed. The bit underneath it is just for the height because you're not going to see it because of the boat. So that's the thing with that. But I can add 2 more levels on. So do I dare go higher? I think so. Colin wanted a wonky building before. Yeah, now he'd be having a seizure if he saw this. I think Jade is going to be impressed either. What is this? I think she was thinking of a masterpiece of all the DC level people fighting on every single level, which you'll be able to see. This is just to put all the DC minifigures if it needs to be. But like I said, it is only a rough thing. So I just want to see how high we can get it, where I need to reinforce it from, if I've got the pieces, and so on and so forth. Drop that. I dropped it. Got it. It's all right. Oh, I've just snapped that clean enough. 1 more level. See? I'll go back to how I was doing it. I'll stick it down, and then I might strip it back apart and then put a load of green translucent in. Or if I got enough, I'll use a load more of these. These have gone a long way, to be honest. Done all right out of these. We've done all the high-rise stuff and train tracks and everything. So yes, Killian, we're the most bodged of bodged it can be. We'll have to tag Jada and be like, "Is this what you meant, Jada?" She'll be like, "No! Oh, it's disgusting." I'm like, "Well, you know." I suppose now if this does fall over during the night, I will probably think it is the debut, but I thought Colin was saying. But that is actually fully fully attached, so that is absolutely splendid. I've just had a bit of glass. Can I find it? Can I find it? Did I even have it? Oh my god, have I gone mental? Was it only have the one piece? Maybe I only have the one piece. Oh well. Or budget. If I find it, I'll put it in. I thought I had even numbers, but maybe not. What is this monstrosity? I can hear her shouting in the distance. What are you building? Right, that's that. It's. Does it look abandoned enough? Shall I put it over there, Killian, and see what it looks like? It's all open back. Ah, mother. So it's only half. It's only half. I will re-clip it back on here. What I should have done is put it all together like that one, where they're sturdy. See, I didn't. Yeah, basically. Where is it? Can you see it? I can't even see it through the thing. Just trying to cheat and bodge it. I'll put a bit more structural support in the back. That's all it needs, nice and solid. And that one is in, laughing. I think a bit of glass has gone flying, to be honest. Yes, it has. Found it. It's all right. We're okay. We're okay. Right, I'm just going to rest them on top of each other, Killian, so you can see the height. Good. So it should. So it should. Yeah, I just want to rest them on top of each other. See, I've made them that sturdy now. I can drop them about, which is brilliant. I can push it down. I quite like how that one looks, to be honest. I would live in here. I mean, it might be a bit airy and it might leak, but I don't see. There, see, it's nice and sturdy. So that'd be what it all be like. And obviously we've just got gaps missing, and then we can put the models in at the back. We just need to do that for the bottom three. But yeah. So obviously there'll be another gap, but can you see that from there? I think that's going to be fine. I think that'll be splendid. Let me just actually put some supports in this. Because obviously my genius brain was like, yeah, we won't put any supports on the bottom run. We'll just do it at the top. All wrong. Get off me. But yeah, these bricks really have gone a long old way, these have, which is great. And I've got all the brickwork facing on the outside, so I've not forgotten that. Yeah, happy with it. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Good. Yeah, I think it'll be a nice thing, hopefully. Hopefully, be a nice thing anyway. So the question is, do I miss a bit of roof out? What do you think? Do I do that? So yeah, I think so. I think that looks quite smart. What I will need to do is 5 and 10 for the bricks, I think. Okay. Hey! So Lego King's building a campsite. We're building a very abandoned building. This is actually, to be honest, there or thereabouts, probably the same size as the new Lego City building that's on fire, isn't it? Which costs a biblical amount of money. I don't know why some of those sets cost so much. I think it's maybe because they produce different parts because they are meant for slightly younger ones as well. Or maybe I put the individual one at the top so they can fall down. Maybe I do that. That might be a read. I think I've dropped one of these things on the floor. I think. Wouldn't surprise me. What doesn't need to do there? That can just go like... No. No. That can go there. Hopefully the campsite is coming on nicely and you and Alan are winning. Yeah, I think everybody's just building today. I think it's just because the weather's not exactly fantastic. It's just worth doing. All right, that is ridiculously. I was about to say I could probably sit on it, but we're not doing that game again because I said about getting in the Colosseum and back out again, and I did it. So, trying to find parts like make. I thought I misread that then, thinking that you wanted to try and find parts that would actually make that noise. I'm not too sure if the Lego group do that, to be honest, but now I understand what you are going on about. I'm going to add in a bit more support on the basins with some translucent 1x2s or some more coloured bricks because I don't want this falling over. Oh, I've made something. This is like the first thing I've ever made. Like, ever. This is where I push it down and it breaks. Right, strong enough. Yeah, happy with that. Strong enough, tall enough, enough for whatever. I'm going to add in some more support at the bottom. Somebody is tearing past. Well, it looks abandoned enough, doesn't it? I don't know if we have like. Do we have green gunk on this? Because what I can do, if we need to have like green stuff because it's comic related, on the back here, I need to add in some more bricks. But I could use the 1x2 bricks of the green translucent. Well, we had a choice of height or length. I could, if I got some more, I could make it twice as wide. But that is half of a base plate. That's 16. So I can either, Killian, because it's 6 high, 1, 2, 3, it's 7 high. I can either do a 4 and a 3 width, so it's staggered, and just make the bottom taller, or we go like that. I have got another one of those there. If I can find some more of these, I can go for it. Hang on. There's another one. That's 2. So that's already 1, 2. So that's 4 and 4, if you wanted to. No, I think that's every single one that we bought like last year when we went to Bristol. I can make it 32 wide if you want me to. Because that's that there. But I can do a 4 and a 3. So that's 1, 2. We'll count together. Let's play the counting game with the detached brick. Okay. So counting game with these B. Come on, Doc. Wakey, wakey. Right. So far, dock, dry dock, boat, nice reel coming up. La di da di da di da. Oh, look at that! Look at that! And then that's that behind it. So ground level is the right height because you can get some photos from this angle. So we're 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we can do 1, 2, 3, 4. So we could make it twice as wide and 4x4 high, if you would like. So we could take a bit off. We can either make it a 50-50 split, or we can do a 5 and a 3. So I could just take the top. I could take the top layer off, make another layer with this, and then have a broken bit with an odd bit at the top. So it would only come to that high. You can't see it, can you? So it would only be 1, 2 that high. 5 and 3. All right. Ideas for campfire. Go on to my. I'll just promote myself. Go on to the YouTube video. Look at the Lego house, And look at what they've done for the campfire there. They've got all the little campfires staggered, stepped with all like the little tents and everything. There's a huge display from the Lego house, isn't there? True. Well, we could have some flames coming out bins, couldn't we? Yeah. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. So we're going to go for 5 and a 3. Do I keep the bottom the same height so it all lines up? So it's just longer. It's just a bigger building, yeah. So what I will have to do is I'm going to have to use some of those green translucent ones, but that won't matter because I won't have enough of that. But yeah, I think it look nice. I think we can do that. Yeah. Okay. Right. So hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I've just literally got to take the top tier off, haven't I? Oh, I've made it that well. I can't take it apart. I've gone beast mode on this. Come on. All right, that is that. So that's your 5, and I'll make it the same height, and we'll go full width of that base plate, and we can go to the back of the base plate then, because directly behind it will just be the water. Yeah, so that's what everybody's thinking. So we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12. We are 12 bricks high. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're gonna have to use some reds, but it's not gonna matter, is it? As it's abandoned, it won't matter. Oh, I found a white one. That's perfect. It can all be mix and match. Yeah. Oh yeah. 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 I'll just mix it up then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I've got blues as well. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Bit like that. Is that right? And then the rest of it the same colour if possible. Well, I can do that on the other legs as well, if you want it. So it could be. Are we agreeing with that for like a graffiti base? That is 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That is 12. Counts 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm running out of fingers. Figure that one out. Yeah. So you know what we need then, Killian, don't you? We need the graffiti guy with the spray can. That's what we need. And he could be just he can just be tagging the bottom of these. Mr. Saturday, how are we, sir? We have moved on to making an abandoned building, but I have left the bit for you for the street party, which we'll obviously come back to on the next live. But this is what it looks like. And all I need to know is, would you like that piece there beside the diner? And I'm currently making a abandoned building, and we are good to go. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Get the graffiti artist in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, I'm gonna have to change some of those bricks out, aren't I? I've got to add the base on, so I'll do that when we change them out. So I will Saturday. Let me know when you hear what this, and then I will show you all of the modulars of where we put them all, and then I'll show you what's going on with the bit behind me, because we've raised the boat up. We've added in a forklift, which we'll have a play with, and we've got an abandoned building going on here, and we're about to make it a bit more girthy. Killian doesn't like pure length. He said he prefers a bit of girth, so that's what we're going for. That's not a very got a faulty brick. There we go. That was run its course, that one, eh? Official Lego one, but bit old, bit battered, that one. All right, so anyways, see you in a second, Killian. I will carry on making it girthy for you. Right, so as Killian's away, I will show you the city quickly. So, Mr. Saturday. Oh, unlock. There we go. I can see what's going on. Yeah, so we can put in that into the corner. That's fine. Obviously, none of this has changed at all. That's what that looks like with regards to the restaurant. Obviously, I put the farm stuff back, just thrown it on the table. That'll be for the corner units. That looks smart. And then you've got those four at the back, which again looks tidy. And then coming down into the dry dock, we've raised the boat up so we can have a load of minifigures working on that. It's just the right height. And then making an abandoned building and making the second bits of girth just to go to the side of it. And then just need to reinforce the bottom and then change the colors over a little bit for a graffiti effect. So that is the plan of attack for that. So yeah, it's we're doing good. I will do that now before I forget. I'll put it in as I'm doing all of this stuff, so we can get that in, see what happens. And then we'll just have to come up with a load of ideas Saturday. Yeah, it fits in like a dream. We've still got a bit of space as well, so we could actually push it. We could actually push it further to the wall with the road, and actually probably start it in line with the Ghostbuster Firehouse. Actually, I think we might do that. So that's. He's hidden in the corner. And obviously, we've got the street party for 232 by 32s. We're going to block off the whole road. We'll carry on with that on a completely different one. So we can come up with ideas of bands and what can be used in that section. But yeah, we got some ideas. Got some ideas going. So it's just a case of sort of trying to make it all work and put together. Yeah, on it now, Linda. Don't you panic. Just doing the just started again on the. So it's going to be double the width. So it's basically the building is going to be 32 by 32 full base plate, because these are 16. So that, even though it's skinny, it is 16 in depth. So obviously you guys do your own cities, so you know what that is. So we will have a full base plate of 32 by 32. The good thing is it's not very deep, but we can put all the minifigures on there. So that's the plan with this Saturday. Each level, if we don't know what we're going to do with the other DC characters, they can just go in there and overlook the docks, and they can just be battling. Yeah, so it's going to be a tall, abandoned sort of. It's going to be a staggered ratio as well. We're going to do a 5 to a 3. So it's more of a warehouse feel rather than a skyscraper. And then, yeah, just keep plodding along with it. But I'll bring the other piece forward and put them together here because I need to do the graffiti bases if that's what we're going to go for. I quite like the old colours like that. So I like bright colours. So. Ooh, yes. I'm going to have to go the switcheroo. Yeah, the bottom one I have to put in quite a lot of supports, don't I? Yeah, we're doing really well. We're doing really well Saturday. So yeah, we're doing good so far. So yeah, the city's ace. So we can now basically, as I'm building the stadiums up, we can come up with the street party things. We're going to need to come up with some quirky bits and pieces for that, like bandstands and stuff. So anything you can think of, Linda. So I don't think you were here when it started. So basically, where the diner and the garage is, that's leading into this big football pitch. Now, the big football pitch, I've got all of the old stadiums, the floodlights and stuff like that. Now, the plan of is going to link in with the Marvel display because we're going to do a car show there, but it's going to be a lot of X-Men stuff. But Saturday came up with a great idea of actually having the 232 by 32 road plates as a street party. So all those colourful tiles Saturday, I'm going to take off. We can then put all loads and loads of minifigures on the actual studs, and then we can just put some bigger things on the road. But we have got two 6 16 by 16s that we can actually make up as a display space to have everybody sat down and having a drink and things as well. So there's actually quite a lot of space. So we were saying about doing it as a T shape. And this bit here, basically the tip of the T would be where they all sit, and then that bit's the road, and then we just got to figure out what we're going to put on the road. Yeah, so we've got lots of different ideas, but yeah, it's all your ideas, Linda. So just shout them out, anything you can think of, and then we will. This is just all spiral basically from the last couple of hours, which has been really good. Oh, hang on, push it real. Oh. Okay. And that. Your where are we at? Yeah, so Eventually, what I'd love to do is have like a keyboard type pull out, because I put it in. Hang on, I can pull the box out. It's all messy. Basically, in a box just here, I've got an old gold mine, and I've got a lot of Antarctic sets and stuff. So it'd be quite good to maybe do something like that underneath the table. Yeah, so that wasn't my idea. That was Saturday Avs. Saturday Avs came up with that idea. So yeah, it's all your ideas that we all listen to, and then it basically snowballs out of control, goes from there, and then everything is tickety boo. Right, to get some height on this, I'm going to have to have it. That's 1 level, 2 level. I don't think we've 1, 2. Yeah, so what I'm going to have to do. Oh, it's annoying. Didn't think that through. I've used all the glass. Should I not have any glass in on these on the top couple? Should it just be? Maybe it should just be different and be nothing there. Yeah, I haven't got any. I have to use some of those. Because yeah, I won't take credit, Linda. That was Saturday himself. Yeah, so just all ideas like that are always welcome. But yeah, it's a cracking idea. I think it'll look really, really nice when it's in and done. I think to get the height on this one and make it really messed up is maybe this building's just a lot more battered than the other. So the top 2 tiers won't have any glass in, but they also won't be full floors either. Just to give it that, so I can get the height in there. So I'm going to need to go 10 bricks. 10 by 10 I need, and I haven't got enough. So I'm going to have to go green. Oh, what a shame. This is the last bit as well. Oh, can I find them? Hang on. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. This is where I'm going to now start looking. Mr. JD. Just started watching and fell asleep. That's allowed, sir. You all right? We've got an abandoned dry dock, all sorts of stuff going on. We've decided as a collective group that we're going to put a football pitch down, like we said, make it as a car show, but build the stadium up. So that way I can put the speed car champions down and then have that as the X-Men display. Did you have fun yesterday, sir? I need 10 more bricks. I will find these 10. Jay fell asleep like a little baby. Little baby. Splendid. Splendid. Right, how many have I dropped in the history of me being up here? I think I picked them all up. Go like that. Proper sketchy for the top one. Like if I could use some glass from the other one, because obviously we've got like 2, 2, 2, 1, 1, 1, so it's all staggered. So I can take some of the glass out, or we just have this one absolutely battered like it looks. Oh, okay. Harsh but fair. Harsh but fair. So, see, same height. Abandoned building. Do I the white? Do I change to more graffiti bits at the bottom? I think that looks all right. Come on. Good. As long as it's a good time, sir. That's the main thing. That's the main thing. Actually, what I can do is for the supports, I might be able to. We don't need to drive underneath these, do we? If I put a support smack in the middle and make it like a triangular base. What do you want me to do with the bottom? Because I need to support the bottom a little bit more. Do you want me to keep that width so we can potentially get like cars and stuff through? Because I need to add an L on, basically. Or I can just go straight down the middle. Well, it's the water, isn't it? I have to go straight down the middle. Those people are just going to fall in the water. So that's not going to work, is it? We'll do that. Yeah, that's what it needs to be. It just needs to be abandoned. We're going to have... To be fair, the Dark Knight, where the Joker's fighting the Batman, it was under construction. And there was a boat in front of it. So, clutching at straws on that one, but it kind of is. Kinda. I'm even going to make the legs really sketchy on the bottom as well. Good. As long as it was all worth it, dude. As long as it was worth it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can imagine the traffic being an absolute nightmare. Do we have that as the third leg, or do we try and keep it side on? How should we try and do it? I think it probably looks better side on, to be fair. Actually, to be honest, it's not going to fall over. We'll just leave it like that. No, that's not too bad. It's not too bad. Could be worse. Could be worse. Oh, you're from California. So we've got somebody from Ireland. We've got somebody from London. We've got somebody from the Cotswolds. We've got somebody from Canada. We've got somebody else from the States as well, but Jade is not here. And you're from Long Beach, California. What's the weather like with you? but it's lush. It's not the greatest, I don't think, today. That is sturdy, though. I'm sorry, but it's a sturdy abandoned building. Ta-da! In. You've been Welsh for the weekend, yeah? Right, that's that. Are we happy with that? So that's what the abandoned that's what the abandoned building looks like behind this dry dock. Jada would be proud and sick at the same time, probably. Ah, yeah, that's the only thing. That's the only thing I can imagine. So we can fill that with DC people then at some point, can't we? So that's not too bad. We can get the workforce on there. Yeah, it's all right if you squint. All right if you squint. Perfect stuff. Could be worse. Could have fallen over by now. Normal day for you then, Killian. Normal day for you. Normal day for Killian. Oh, you're living the dream, Linda, over there. You got to be. I think everybody from the UK just imagines it being amazing just by the beach, but it's probably not like that whatsoever. But Jay has been Welsh. He's been up at the. It's funny enough watching all the wrestling in Cardiff. He's been doing that. Right. Next thing. So Jay, in case you didn't know, well, you wouldn't have known. We've added in 4 32 by 32 base plates for the DC area. We've added in obviously the dry dock. We have still got a display that we need to do behind the boat, and we've got 2 32 by 32 base plates free for that. We really do need to think of what we are going to be doing for that strip. So we need to now sort out the alley and stuff. So we need to figure out exactly what we're going to put on this side. You got the Joker bit at the end. Obviously, this bit's in, so that bit doesn't look too bad. So you've got the palace and the police station. The alleyway is going to have to come out. And now we've got these 4 32 by 32. So we've made a dry dock because everybody wanted a harbour, but we put a dry dock in. That's abandoned warehouses to put all the figures in at the back. And then these 2 base plates just need to be built up. We can either put an actual building here. Potentially that hospital, that broken hospital could go there. And then we could just have a road here. The alleyway between the 2 buildings probably needs to be ripped out. And then where the multicolored tiles are, that's just water splitting up the Marvel DC area. So that is basically what that is. So the water's going behind the building, Jen. It's just going to go behind it. So it's all open that way. So we needed more space for that. So we've got that's it. I think people are a bit confused what a dry dock is, but the water's going behind it to divide up the Marvel DC area. And Killian came up with a good idea on top of this bit just here. You said Deadpool and somebody yesterday, didn't you? So we can have that, and the whole city's moved. I have no idea what you guys seen, but I'll show it back off. Football pitch, that's where the X-Men display is going to go. Car show on top of it. X-Men people, blah, 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 blah. That's all changed. So we've got the garage, the diner in. That can be pushed over. The Ghostbuster bit's exactly the same. All of this is the same. I don't actually know, Jay, how much you saw of this. So we have got all of those in. You've seen that. You've seen that. You've seen that. Thor's hammer, breaking stuff. I'm not too sure if you saw that. You got those 2. And then you've got Iron Man and then Thanos. And then obviously behind it, we've got the Punisher scene. And then up from there now, we have got the Assembly Square, the restaurant. And then we're going to get Jay's favourite set, the boutique hotel on the corner. And then behind that, we've got the start of the that bit of the city, and then basically from here over, it's just empty space. The treehouse needs to drop back down, and then that is where we're at. So we've done quite a bit so far today. Oh dear, Jay. Oh dear. It's a boatyard, isn't it? It's where the boats come out of the water for them to be repaired and sprayed. They're over in like Taiwan and everywhere like that. they can't weld, Jay, can they, in the water? They've got to come out of the water. So somehow that's what we've done. Hopefully Jay was joking, but I'm not 100% sure. I think you might be a little bit too tired. But yeah, that's what a dry dock is. Because if the boat's got a hole in it and it needs to be repainted and all that sort of stuff, it comes out of the water, doesn't it? It gets put on stilts. They grind all the paint down and they spend about literally $1 million to repaint the boat. They can weld in the water, but for the full rehaul, they take it out, don't they? Deathstroke, yeah. So Deadpool and Deathstroke up at the top. That could work quite well. So we can just have them hidden. So yeah. Who's going in the abandoned building? And what is going on between the boat and the abandoned building, basically? Forest fires, hang on. Whoop. Oh, that's not good. I've not really caught the news in this, so I'm not 100% sure. I'll have to give that a bit of a Google. That doesn't sound the best. Because we can't put water in, because if we do water, we can't add any figures in. So it's a dock. It's just where the boats are off the water, not in Gotham. And they could potentially have it in Gotham as well. And it's not Gotham either, is it? Because you all wanted a DC area. So it's not an actual Gotham. Hence why we haven't got all the buildings in, because it's not a full-blown Gotham anymore, because you guys want a place for Superman, Wonder Woman, and stuff. So we've added in the 432 by 32 base plates. So that is why that has happened, sir, because we can't physically put in anything. And if we had a harbour there, not a dry dock, you can't stand minifigures in water. So we don't actually have the nipple studs for the minifigures to sit on. So yes and yes, that is what we're doing. So we have got 2 32 by 32s doing nothing. We've got a gap for 3 32 by 32s for potentially skyscrapers. One of the plans for those skyscrapers is, if another Daily Bugle did arrive, we have a painter on the top and it gets changed to a the Batman Towers. So there could be that potential. But yeah, we got these 2 32 by 32s here. So that is all completely empty space. So I'd have no idea what we're doing with regards to that, because we haven't got any space for any of the cars yet. So we can put some of those in. Obviously the alleyway potentially needs to move. And like I said, where the checkered bit is, that's all going to be water in front of the New York bit. And then obviously there could be water underneath the boat if required. Yeah, so it's one of those. So we've got to figure out exactly what we're going to put on that 32 by 32. So I don't know if we do that next, or we just figure out what's going to go from behind the boat, or do we have people working on the boat? Killian, do we get all of your sig figs out? Do we make a display on that, and then do we have 2 people battling on top of the boat? If we do, what two figures would be battling on the boat? I mean, do we have Bane planting a bomb on there? Do we have Robin randomly with a grappling hook? We need to set up a little display with the Riddler. We've got all sorts of figures there that need to be done with something, and we have the space now to do it. Well, we've got the waters at the back, but obviously we've still got all of this. So because we've got all of this space as well on this side, it's like who goes with what and where. Yeah, I know what you're getting at, Jay, but we then if this was just all water, you've got no space for cars, for bikes, nothing. And that's what was said on when you were here last about adding in this extra area. So it is in. So get over it. It's gonna stay, and that is it. So we've got 232 by 32s for roads, and then we have an abandoned warehouse, which we say abandoned warehouse, an abandoned building that JD came up with, which we can put the people in where they could be battling. And the boat is out the water with a forklift truck being worked on or rigged for whatever. But it depends on who they're obviously going against as well, because the villains themselves, like the Joker needs to go somewhere, Riddler needs to go somewhere. They all need to go somewhere. And then obviously we've got Mr. Freeze as well. And we need to figure out what DC figure is going to be coming out of the Marvel bit, because we said that we were going to put somebody coming out of the Soaps and Studs bit. So that'll be something that we need to figure off. We just need to we need to do what we've done with the Marvel stuff, pair the figures off, and then we can just think of a display, because we have got, if we want it sort of ground level and we want to do it sort of alleyway-esque bits, we can make 8 16 by 16 displays. If we do that, we can't fit in any of the Batmobile cars or anything. The only car we'd be able to fit in would be the tumbler going up the side of a skyscraper when that gets built, and the 66 would fit outside the front of the Joker Manor. But yeah, we just need to pair the figures up and just see exactly what is what. Yeah, I was thinking either like it's a DC one, or we just have Peter Parker coming out as Peter Parker. And that's the other thing that we can do, but I think we'll do that when we can actually get to the figures, because all the torsos and everything are going to need to be changed. I don't think I've got a Bruce Banner. What am I on about? A Wayne, should I say, a Batman for that bit, as in a normal suit. So yeah, I'm not too sure, because we've got the dodgy little alleyway down between these two buildings with that tiny little bit of brickwork. That's all going to have to be ripped up and come out, so we can connect it to the rest of the DC area, or it's just two completely different bits. So that is the thing. Yeah. Oh, you missed it last night, Jay. Lego King was about 15 minutes behind the conversation, and then was going on about one of the Batman films that he hadn't seen. So that was we eventually got there in the end, though, Mr. King, didn't we? We got there in the end. So we got this little electric car that needs to be added over to this side as well. Who should we pick first? Unless we do the civilians. We haven't got the parents for the cinema. The bat signal is on top. We can't do anything outside the Joker Manor because we haven't got the cars or anything. Still need to figure out if we want 3 32 by 32s or 2 32 by 32s in a road, and then what we're going to do with that. What, the Dark Knight? Yeah, he's just watched that. He watched that last night. Only just. But we all thought he was going to watch the Adam West one, because he was talking about the cartoon. We're talking about DC animation, which is, I credited you for everything, Jay, with regards to that. And he was getting confused with the Pow Kapow cartoon. So it's quite funny. Oh. Just in case you wonder, Linda, Jay is an encyclopedia of knowledge of Marvel and DC. Like, Killian is good, but Jay is like a library of knowledge. So scary. I think it's just come out on Sky, but Jay's picked it up on Blu-ray, 4K Blu-ray. I think you picked it up on, didn't you? So that's the only reason why I've seen it, because of Mr. JD himself. And I'm sorry, Jay, but this car is not fantastic. It doesn't really do the film justice, to be honest. Oh. Right, can we pair these figures off just so we can set up a little bit of a battle? I think realistically, the best place to put these battle will be on the 32 by 32 base plate that's behind the cinema. So if you want an alleyway in, I can make up the alleyway going down here. So it's at the back or the side of the cinema. And then obviously it will connect to this bit. But we could dissect this into 4 16 by 16s and basically just have a battle royale like we've done over here. So it depends on how you guys and girls want to do it. Yeah, I got given that for Christmas, actually. I've just not got around to build it because I haven't got any space for it. I think I said to Jay, like, the stance of cars for me are really important. And for some reason, this looks like it's on stilts. I don't know why. I think what they've done, they've just put bigger tires on it, because you have to use a Technic pin because it's such a chunky wide body car. So I think the rubber is bigger, because if they had the same tires as what they do on this car, I know this is modified and it's flat, but I'm sure the stance of this car should be the stance of this. But there's no way that this car is as big as what it should be, because it's not modified to be any longer, but it's so, the height, like, it just doesn't sit right. I don't think. I think the back end's too high. So either I built it wrong, which is a possibility, because the front to me looks absolutely fine on the wheel arches, but the back, bearing in mind it's got such a big engine, it should be sat on its backside. It just needs to be lower on the back, basically. That's what I think. I might modify it like I did with this car and just get it sat a little bit lower. But when you guys have seen it, Jay doesn't care, because he doesn't really pay attention to the cars and details. He just spots everything else, and I'll spot the one thing and go on about it forever. Yeah, I could make it. I could sort of shrink it down, but I just don't think it needs to be so tall. I think the wheels just need to come in. It just seems to be obviously it just seems to be massive. I mean, like, the Speed Champions are big enough, but obviously Lego King's got this one as well. But it just doesn't seem to be sat right for me. Because obviously what I want to do with this is just have this parked up so you can just see the front, basically the front end, so it won't matter too much. But yeah, I could do, but then to be honest, Alan, I can't be asked. I never do any of that sort of stuff. The tumbler, we've got ideas for that. The tumbler's going to be going up the side of the building, so I don't mind about how wide the base of that tumbler is. And that the tumbler's massive anyway, but this in the film is just a normal size car that's been modified to high hell. It's just a couple of studs too big. But even that is just too. It's just the stance isn't right. The back end needs to be lower. It needs to be level. The wheels need to be underneath the arches, basically, because that's how he modified it, and it's not. So, oh no, that Challenger, that's a completely different display. That's for we've done that for the Punisher bit. I'll tweak at that and have a play with it. Yeah, but I don't want to give too much of the film away. So once you guys have actually seen the Batman, then we'll discuss it. We'll discuss it from there, because I don't want to say, oh, well, we could do it from this scene or this scene, because it'll give away most of the film. Right, what we everybody's favorite Who's Gonna Fly What's It. So we're going City Modular. Who clicked Star Wars? Come on, who clicked Star Wars? That's not allowed over here. All right, that's that done. Killian clicked Star Wars. Ah, feel dirty, Killian. Feel dirty. Yeah, I'm not gonna spoil it for you. The car is amazing, though. That's the thing. Like, yeah, me and Jay both agree that you look at it and go, yeah, okay. They got that right in the film, but they've just messed it up. Right, okay, good. So, 32 by 32 base plate by the dry dock. Are we having this as just a dock area? So do we just have it where it's separate from the city? And do we just use all 4 base plates basically for the same thing? So do we just put like some trucks and stuff down there, fill it with forklifts, put loads of minifigures in there, and basically like the airport scene in Marvel where they just battle? Or do we split it up like we've done with this? How would you like to do it? Oh yeah, it's going to be right if you make it to scale. But have you seen the film though? Did you go and see the Batman film? Because the stance of that car isn't like that at all. I could be massively wrong. I'm going to Google a photo later and be like, no, I'm talking nonsense. It's actually spot on and perfect. But to me, the car should be sat straight, especially with how that engine is at the back. It was all the weights in the back of the car, so why is it raised up? It's raised up like a skyscraper. But it is what it is. Worst case, I might actually put this in the car show. Can I get away with that? Would that be allowed? Dude, it's massive. Look at it. There's no way that is to scale at all. Look. What size of it? It's nearly the height of the cinema. Good, thank you, Jay. I thought I do pay attention to these things. It's almost, well, there's your 32 by 32 base plate, and you can see what's left. The thing is enormous. Don't get me wrong, it's a big American car, and we said we had this problem with oh, that's the boat. I said we've got this problem with the black car, the Dom's Charger. Dom's Charger is into scale with the rest of the Speed Champions series because it's slightly bigger, but I just tucked it underneath. But that should be the same size. This should be Dom's size, but it's not. But I don't even care how long it is. I just don't like how tall it is at the top. Don't like how tall it is at the top. Oh, I've knocked the top off that as well. Whoa, no. Oh, there it is. That's right. Come on, Captain. But I got it in a sale, so I can't complain. I can't complain. Yes, so this is the thing now. So there is an alleyway in there because we've done it, but the alleyway can't stay. Yeah, but it shouldn't. That's what we're saying. It shouldn't be that high, Lego King. It's wrong. It needs to be level. It's the wrong thing. All the cars now are 8 studs wide, aren't they? But that's your Ferrari. It towers it. It's just massive compared, but it's not that big. It should be Dom's Charger Speed Champion size, and it'd be splendid. That's all I want. That's all I want. They've just tried to do it slightly differently. The only thing I care about is the cars. If the cars are wrong, I'm like, what's the point? It shouldn't be like that. It shouldn't be like that at all. So yeah, going back to the alleyway. Is the alleyway seen in, done, and around? No, because Alan said he's modified yours. He's He's made it smaller, isn't he? He's got it in scale, which is obviously the right thing to do. Yeah, right. Saturday, and Mr. JD and anybody else that is still here and watching. Linda, have you fallen asleep yet? Hopefully everything is good. I don't even know what time it is over there. That is basically, we put a teeny tiny alleyway in as a dummy run, and then we put some parking for the bike and the cinema car. But this now will need to be a road if we are connecting it to here. So if we're connecting it to here, we could then do this as an alleyway. So we could just have tiles here, full alleyway all the way down the side, and that is the new alleyway, and then that is actually just a road. And then we've got to figure out what we're going to do with the rest. That's what we need to. Yeah. That's that. Yeah, it's 100% correct. It's 1 stud for the wheel, the bit where it connected to, so it's 2, 5. Yeah, it should be. That's a truck. That is a Lego City truck that came with the harbour. That is the Juggernaut that came with the Octane thing. That is 5 studs. But the newer Speed Champions, they've made it wider, haven't they? They've made it 2, 4, 5. Yeah, they've made it 6 studs wide. So the new Skylines and stuff, they're 6. They're bigger. But the Batman car is even wider. It's stupid. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. To be honest, it's 10 studs wide, I think, because how the wheels overhang on the back, because you've got the spaces in there, it makes it madness. But this isn't getting us anywhere. I can moan about this Batmobile all evening, and I'm still not going to repair it because I'm too lazy. It's just going to bug me. So I will probably, because that car is enormous, just put it into the car show on the football pitch side, and it could just be a general public's car, and basically we could act it as a replica, and then we can have it on show, and I don't have to modify it. So that is absolutely splendid. You've got water behind the abandoned building, and we can have water underneath the boat because the boat's only raised up. It's just for them to work on, so we can stand minifigures on it. That's all it is. You've got your water, Jay. You've got 4 16 by 16 plates of water. So Mr. Freeze can be on there doing his thing, and you've got the water in front of the Statue of Liberty. We just need the studs for the figures to stand on. And the biggest problem is what everybody's saying, is that there's no room for cars. So I can't put water and then have the Batmobiles down and the Tumbler down and the 66 Batman and the normal Batman, because you want me to get all the Bat cars and have it on display. But they'll just sink. So I can't do that. Ooh, shipping container. Yes. Have I got... I might be able to. I might have a shipping container that should go on the back of a train carriage. Maybe. Maybe. Let's have a look. Jay, we'll save your water, don't worry. There's water there. Don't you panic about that. Christ, we could put water underneath the boat and we can have like a trickle of water with it dripping off into the main ocean behind it. But yeah, we're making the so are we saying then that all four of these all four 32 by 32 is just going to be the dock, but the dry part of the dock where there's no water, so we can have the minifigures and then the water's behind it? Yeah, but you wanted the Statue of Liberty with the water around it. I've done that for you. Jay's like, damn it. Yeah, I forgot about the cars. There'll be water in front of the Statue of Liberty for you. And if you want me to, Jay, I have got a little speedboat, which I had somewhere. I put it back in the box. That we can have going across the water. But you can sink all the Batmobile cars. Yeah, splendid. Yeah, no. So originally, Jay wanted every single Batman car on display in the Gotham area with a scene around it. Originally, now we can put a car, obviously, underneath, and we can have a train on top. The 66 with the one that's just come back into the Lego store. We have space for that car, plenty of room when I put that back in the right place. So that'll be absolutely fine. So we've got plenty of space in front of the Joker Manor for that car. Really do need to think of what we're doing on this side. I still think we might have to have 3 tall buildings, and they just get lower with the roof. Then we've got these 4 base plates. So we've got abandoned warehouses. We can have abandoned warehouses all over the place. And then the tile is the water behind, in front of the Statue of Liberty. Jay's determined. Jay's like, I just want water. What Jay wants is me to tile like 1,000 pieces. Can you remember I did that before? And then everybody changed their mind, and then you all watch me take up all 1,000 studs of water, which I've done once already. And to be fair, there is water on the base plate, Jay. So we could just have this little bit of water on the boat if it makes you happy. Yeah, the tumbler's an absolute tank, but it's obviously literally is a tank, isn't it? So it's wider than, I would imagine it's wider than 16 studs, I guess. It's in the box just there. If anybody can Google the girth of that for me, that would be absolutely splendid. Yeah, at least 1,000 times. No, basically. No, not going to happen. The only other thing that we can do is we could move the boat back, have the boat raised, but the water coming in. So that way you've got the water behind the warehouse coming underneath the boat, and then people can work on the boat. The idea is that we wanted people around the boat to work on, to fix it up, to people battle on the boat, because we have not got any space to put any of the villains and the heroes going against each other like that with the train track in that display. That is the issue. So yeah, basically I'm just still waiting for shipping container. That's what we're going on about. So you guys carry on arguing amongst yourselves, because it's highly entertaining. I'm enjoying this. Okay. Oh, no, held it. It's all right. My knee fell over. I knew you went straight through the Gotham table then. But yeah, that is going to go over onto this side. So this is a replica now, not the real thing. Okay, agreed with that? We've got it, Jay. We have the car, but it's not going in the DC display. Because it's so fugly, it can go over there. Well, we can have that underneath the, all jokes aside, underneath, God, I need like 3 cameras. I can stop moving this about. But where we've got the little electric car, underneath that, we can have it built up with like a tunnel for water and things like that if you wanted to. Well, no, I'm going to have as it stands right. Excuse me, as it stands right now, available to get is we will have in this display the 66 over by the Joker Manor, the 86 you can get a variant of. So we have. This is all thanks to Jay. He's done the research. He has found in that box there's a variation of the 89 Batman. I keep saying 86, 89 Batman. I've got the tumbler directly in front of me in the box, ready to go. So we don't need the Batman vehicle because we've got the bikes. So if we want one representation of each, you do not, because you don't see the car for ages, basically. And the first time you see the Batman is the scene I'm recreating, which we still want to do. So if we're doing that scene, and Jay will agree with me on this, I know he's joking around about the cars and stuff, but he will agree it's the wrong bike. I know it will be it's the right bike, but we can just have the bike for the Batman and not the Batman car for the scene that we're doing. So it's not the one that annoyingly, it's not the giveaway purchase one, which is the one that I want. It's not a trilogy though, is it? Because it's with Superman, it's not a standalone thing, and it's gone on into the Justice League, and it's just absolute shocking. I don't mind having an Affleck in there because I know it's your favorite Batman, but we were having this conversation yesterday about how DC has just got everything so wrong, and I'm a massive Batman fan. And now the problem is you've got, Jay, is if you could only pick one, would you pick Affleck or Pattinson to carry on with? Because if they bring Affleck back, you're not going to get your trilogy of Pattinson. So we've all forgotten him because it's not right. He's not. It's not a trilogy, is it? So, God, such a pain in the ass. Oh, on it, Killian, he's not even joking. He is. He gets a throb on for Affleck. I don't know why. I think it's because of he likes how brute force he is, but I think he's dreadful, and he's killed everything he's been in. You know, George Clooney killed Batman off as well, and it just doesn't work. I think the problem is that it's their first builder, isn't it? So I don't see Affleck as a trilogy. I see it as the start of the Justice League, which has just gone so wrong. It doesn't make any sense. Like Wonder Woman as well. They could have made amazing one with that. The Superman is very hit and miss with people, but it's one of those. So yeah, I think Jay likes the story of what it's supposed to portray, which makes perfect sense, and I think that's very much down to the Batman as well. Like if you are if you're into the story, I think you'll then really like Pattinson. But then because it's his first one, and you like the story, I don't think it would matter who would play Batman. You know what I mean? But yeah, long-winded way around. That's why we don't need the Batman car, because we've got this. And Mr. JD, with regards to Affleck, we could do the nightmare scene. We could do something like that because we've seen his minifigure, so we could add him in if you wanted to. Yeah, he plays that story well. I don't think he would have worked. I don't think he could have done Bale's story, but then I think Bale would have struggled to do Pattinson's story. So you can't, like we've had a good conversation. You can't Yeah, we said about it last night, and obviously me and Jay's spoken about this in good time as well. That I think if you could watch the Patterson before the Dark Knight trilogy because of how it sort of portrays, but then the first Dark Knight film it's sort of overlaps. Yeah, well, obviously Keaton's Keaton. You know, you can't deny how good the '89 Batman is. You just can't. It's without it, we wouldn't be. To be fair, DC wouldn't be the same without it, would it? Let's be honest. So I don't think anybody's denying the fact of that. I think the problem is how that quadrilogy finished, and all they remember is how bad it was because they saw Clooney with his stupid erect nips, and it just was not a good look whatsoever in that fake suit. But yeah. So yeah, carrying on. Shipping container. I can see this going on for a good while. So you can argue over Ben Affleck. If you want to add the nightmare scene in, Jay, let me know if you want it on a rooftop. Also, does he have a different building we can use so we can add an Affleck building in? Because they do Ben Affleck Lego, and it's cheap because it's rubbish. Yeah, that's it. It's just a stepping stone, isn't it? It's just a stepping stone from it, and what it could have been if it was written how it should have been for the first four. But then they haven't got it right since what, like 93? I mean, come on. Yeah, well, it's a credit to Christian Bale and that trilogy because it saved Batman, basically, didn't it? But yeah, Frank Miller is, well, yeah, you know, he is. So he's tremendous at writing, and I think a lot of people forget that it's the foundations for. Just sort of throwing it out there because Jay's not 100% convinced about this dry dock. Could we make it as a scrap yard-ish area, and then maybe have an old train carriage as well? Because we don't seem to be getting anywhere with regards to what we can do with these, dividing it up. And then I could potentially just double the size of this abandoned warehouse at the back, and then we can just put all the minifigures in there. No, Joe, we like this. Well, we all have, because this is well, the water, basically. The water set you off, and now we're on it for the last half hour, which is perfect. But we were like this last night. We're just having like a 45-minute talk about it all. JD was in here talking about it as well. Lego King went off to watch the film. What about these? Shipping containers? Actual shipping containers. Can we have... Would they look all right, stacked? I need your help and advice on this. I've even got the truck that they should go on. God, this is an old set, this is. Brings back memories. Yeah, got the old set that the shipping containers should sit on. Yeah, so, well, it depends on what we're doing. I don't know. I'm very reluctant to start anything because I can see it going off on one. So I will just show you my goods, see what is in this bag, and then figure out if we're going to have some random shipping containers about, and just have that as like part of the alleyway, and then we could just have a bigger display here. It depends if we're making it as a scrapyard, storage yard. So I guess it's yes to the shipping containers, yeah. So I've even got a fuel carriage. I've got 2 of these, which you can have flames coming out the top of. So I have got, obviously, the actual 4. That brings back some memories. The actual train. So we can either have this as end of life, or it's in this area. I reckon what we can say for Jay is that we've got the abandoned building at the back, and then the graffiti wall is a damn door stopping the water coming in. There we go, Jay. That's what it is. See? Those pesky villains from Batman. Yeah, we've got a workman's carriage. Got an old school passenger train as well. This is cool because it opens up, he says. Yeah, it opens up. And I've got the original figures in here still. So I've got the Octane figure. And I've got a cool guy in there from one of the old cars as well. But yeah, they're all in there. Do they have a mutant leader in Lego or Orange Point? Oh, do they? I don't know. But obviously, we've got a huge space, Jay. Huge space for X-Men. I thought you would appreciate that. We have gone big on that. It's, well, if you want to go by base plates, Jay, it is like nearly 632 by 32. So, these shipping containers actually have doors on them. The doors open. Never in my life did I know they had them. There you go, look. There we go. I forgot about that. Yeah, honestly, the gains that we make, it's how I remember things. I'm going to show you these shipping containers and you can let me know where they're going to go. Because if you want the shipping containers as the alleyway, I can't stack them on top of each other. But I could potentially have well, just have a look. Oh, I've got the charger. I don't want to do that. So that is that. Does that look half decent? If they went a little bit further back to jack down, obviously this isn't going to be the plate that they go on. I just don't have lines here that it will be the plate that they go on. Does that work? Well, this whole area is for all those displays, Jay. So, yeah, I mean, this is why we need the studs, really, because obviously they'll just stand up on them. But he can be there doing whatever it is you want him to do. Get on, have it. Yeah, so they're all in there. But are we using? I think the biggest thing is, are we doing these 432 by 32s as a completely separate display to this, and they don't need to connect? Because if that's the case, I don't need to carry this on. If you want this bit as the alleyway, we can do that as the alleyway. If not, then we'll just pretend that they can get from one side to another, and then we'll say that they can just drive down that part of the road, and then we can make the alleyway up higher with those bricks just there if required. So we can do that if need be. Killian's idea, not mine. So we are about half an hour into wondering what we're going to do with these base plates. And so far we had a good discussion about how bad Ben Affleck is at Batman. Right, so I have got just caught my scab. Before I put this bag away, do we need any track? Do we need any of the trains on this side? If not, I can put it away. And are we going to make it full industrial on the one side, and then on the other side, it's going to be what it is? We don't really need to fit any cars on this side because, well, the one that we can fit, Jay, is that smaller 89 Batman car, if we want that over there. The others can be on that side of the city. And, yeah, I'm sat in the water. I'm just swimming with some rubber bands on. Right, so can I put this? Can I pick this bag back up and put it back? I think we've only got the 2 shipping containers there, so if we don't need any of the trucks, because I think that it's the wrong one. So we don't need these. We'll just have the shipping containers, and I'll go through that at a later date because then we might have some little accessories that we can have in there. So around this industrial area, then, by the looks of it, we are slowly starting to mould it into all 4 base plates. Do you want me to do that, Shay? Do you want me to? It's the biggest seat in the world. Look, there you go. Do you want me to tile that for you? If I tile it blue. What have I got? Question is, Killian, where have I put the box? Because you missed the start of this debacle, Jay. I thought I had the pitch. I didn't. So I pulled everything out that I tidied up, and everything that I had ready for the live is now underneath everything that I pulled out. So I don't think it was originally in Jay's. There's no address on it. In Jay's box. But what I've done is I've put all the tiles and stuff in here, and I've taken that out. It is that set, Killing. It's just the 89 small car. It's got the flame coming out the back of it. It came with the Riddler. So yeah, oh, hang on. It is in the bottom of this box. So it's that little car with a flame on the back. If you squint, it's, to be fair, nothing like what I thought it was, to be honest. But there. It's got a flame on the back. We can potentially get away with it with a bit of modification, and it's the right colours. But yeah, the giveaway one, I didn't get, for some reason, I didn't receive that when I should have done when I got my Batmobile. Otherwise, I would have had it, which is such a shame. I think they will redo it, to be honest. I think they're going around all the cars, and I think they'll just re-release it. I think. But yeah, that's that, and it should have a flame, a big flame coming straight out the middle. But yeah, that is that one. Right. Jay's convinced I need to tile the seat. That is not going to happen. Linda's here. She's demanding organisation, which is good. What am I going to do with these 4 32 by 32? Jay only has the Ben Affleck car. They must have made some Ben Affleck Lego. We'll have to get a really silly set and maybe have him crash into the water that Jay really likes. Yeah, that's it. That's it. They're 4+ ones. It came with the Riddler. So we have. I found another superhero villain, Jay, as well. I want to place the figures and then figure out what tiles and stuff we need for the next. Yeah, the 4 player. Yeah, that was the giveaway one. Was yeah, I know. I know it's a nightmare because I've obviously got the big car, but never got the small one. But it's so expensive. It might come up one day, or they might re-release it. But yeah, it's a bit of a shame. It is a bit annoying. It is a bit annoying. Right. Nobody said anything about track, so we're not putting any track in that area. I'm assuming we're having the shipping containers basically there, and it's going to be. There's a gap. I'm going to walk around, and that's it. I'm lost now. Well, if this is the problem, isn't it? If it happens, it might get it might open up a load of ideas, but I don't know. Yeah, I just hope so. Let's hope so. I mean, it'd be nice. It'd be nice if they did re-release it, so I can have it in here. But they might not. So it doesn't matter. It does not matter at all. Am I doing something with Mr. Freeze on top of these shipping containers? Is that what you want me to do? Do you want me to add a little bit of water and ice for you? Because I can do that. Do you want me to make the top shipping container all water and ice? Because I've got all the white 1x2 tiles and I've got all those. Is that what you want him doing? Do you want him facing the camera? Where do you want him? I feel like Janie's cheering up as well. Or who could he be fighting on top of the shipping container? They're redoing the ending though, aren't they? I've read somewhere that they're redoing something. They're doing some sort of reshoot. So if they're reshooting it, it will come back. It's going to come out. It's just delayed again. A small GB car. I can't figure out what that one is, dude. My head's like, well, I can't figure it out. Right, that is your display, Jay. What do you want on top? Who's he fighting? Or what's he doing? It could obviously be a civilian. There's the new penguin. So he could be in the abandoned building somewhere. Yeah, well, yeah, that's the problem. It depends, isn't it? That is a problem. I don't know how I've just clicked on that. No idea. Okay. Yeah, because somebody was saying about the Joker car as well, weren't they? Which I don't know. Right, so he's going to be. So he's going to be just on top of that by himself, water and ice. That's his display. You happy with that? Do you want him? Yeah. All right. That's fine. So he's the 4 studs back, 4 studs across. So there's a tiny gap if you want it against the building. Okay. I'm going to make Jay happy if I can find all of the tiles that I have moved. Look, water, ice. That is it's just him by himself, Jay. That's all you want. And you want him on top there. Because he doesn't have to go there. He can go somewhere else. We can put somebody else on there. I would like to place one minifigure in this display. Just the one. I'll be happy with one. So we can just place the one figure. That'd be amazing. Just clarifying that is exactly what you want. Killian's now talking about Ghostbusters. I feel if anybody watches this back from start to finish, they're going to be like, "What? What have you done in the last 4 hours?" Oh, Linda's a Batman fan as well. Laughing. Yeah, I'm not too sure. It popped up yesterday, the day before, that they've rang some people to come back in to reshoot, haven't they? But apparently that's going to affect certain other characters, I think. So it might be Jay's party for Affleck. Yeah, it's amazing. I've really enjoyed it so far. We've still plodding along. Nobody's bored yet, which is good. City looks fantastic. Really looking forward to doing this X-Men display. Still waiting for Jay's feedback with regards to if he is happy with Mr. Freeze on top of the shipping container, so I can just start. To be fair, I just don't think they've never got the gist that you could have a standalone trilogy and a DC Universe one as well. They did, because they sort of lost the plot when they were, like we were saying last night, where they suddenly done a Joker and a Harley Quinn and Suicide Squad, and it was this and it was this and it was this, and you're like, well, is it the same character? Isn't it? It's like what is going on? Yeah, we've moved the modulars. Yeah, so the modular. So what we've done is we found the football pitch. That took 45 minutes. I climbed the tables, Jay. You missed a good view of me nearly falling off all the tables. So Linda, I climbed across all the tables to move all of that. That's fine. There isn't anything at what actually. Why not? If we're still waiting for Jay in that thing, does that look right there as a monument? Should we just keep the Avengers Tower there as a thing? I think everything else looks okay. And obviously we know what's going on with that. Bit of a schoolboy error, that one though, Jay, because it's gone that flipping DC. Sorry, the Doctor Strange set. It's gone up to full price in Smiths. That's the problem. It's gone up to. Oh, well, there you go. We just put this there. What you want? What this thing? No, we don't know. I don't know. I'm going to keep that there with regards to a monument or not. I don't know if that should stay, because we just got a gap and we don't know what to do with that gap. So we've got the we've got like a little drain, and we've done little bits and pieces, but I just don't know whether we can just get away with having that there or not. I don't know. It's got it to full price, so it's a little bit annoying. So yeah, if that's what you meant, Alan, with that tower, I'm not 100% sure if that's going to stay there. I don't know. But it could do. Or we can just put another little display. But I don't think we've got any of the Marvel figures to use yet until we get the Sanctum. So I don't know. Everything else has been used. There's no other ones to do. We've got all the other figures in there. So that's there or thereabouts. Done. So it's just doing the same thing on the other side. Hello, puppy. You do we? Don't think I have. Oh, hang on. Have I? No, I don't think I do. Because we've got, hopefully, if everybody's up with it, we've got the Marvel display here, and they've got the DC display on that side. No, we haven't got the Doom. I'm trying to think what set that came with that we're missing. But yeah, we've got a big area that we've just done for a big X-Men set, so that'll be good. But yeah, it's annoying because it was 180, it's going up to 220, but it's 165 at Costco still. I don't know if we're going to keep it there though. So, well, things it's gone up to the same price as the one at the Lego store, isn't it? If you can find one, Jay, we'll try and do it. But yeah, I'm not too sure if that's staying. But Pappy, welcome to the absolute madhouse. If you've got any ideas regarding anything DC or Marvel related, please let everybody know. And Jay, do you want your figure on top of this shipping container with anybody else? And are you happy that he's just there? Yeah, well, I didn't know they just have it as more of a monument, right? Because it's obviously smaller, but it's just there. It was just in the box. I was like, oh, that might be the right fit. So yeah, it probably won't stay there. I'll just take it off. I can just take it off. At the top on the Daily Bugle, I do believe. Take it easy, Mr. King. Enjoy your rest of your evening. Towers off. Towers off. Towers off. I'm lost. Towers off. All right, fine. Avengers Tower's gone. With you. Still waiting for your your Mr. Freeze, Jay. Can I start? Just ignoring. Yeah, so we've managed to pick up quite a few. I'll go with the Marvel stuff for Pappy. So what we've done is we've got big football pitch here. That's all going to be X-Men stuff. We're going to sort all that out, and then as we come round and down, we've got all sorts. I'll show you now. I've got all sorts of figures now. All the figures that we've got, I do believe for Marvel, we've now just placed. So all going well. We have just placed all of those. So all of this through. I'm sure there'll be a couple of figures that we'll still be able to get. We've got the big Punisher display in the back, so you can see Frank Castle just hiding at the back. And then you've got the construction workers, and then you've got all of these happy chappies doing all the stuff over there. So yeah, that's the Marvel stuff, and now we're trying to do the same thing with the DC stuff, and yeah, we just seem to be making progress. But I do like the fact that Killian's come up with the idea of using the football pitch as a car show, because it means I can pick up some more Speed Champion cars. Oh God. See, don't want him there. Jay, you're a nightmare. You're a nightmare. So you want him to be breaking somebody out of the police station, which would work because it means he would actually be stood on the water, because the back of the water would hit the back of the police station. You are an absolute nightmare. Make a hole in the back of the Gotham prison. I could take the prison bars out. How about that? Well, they could just walk on the back of the. Oh God. Well, actually, you probably wouldn't, because I don't think you guys seen the back of this, really, have you? So I think Jay's got a bit of a water fetish today. The back of the prison's a green building. The back of the police station's a green building. So you can see the prison bars on the bottom, but then it's still on the base plate. And then that base plate then connects down and into the alleyway. So where Spider-Man sat, that is the Gotham alleyway in there, which is all the stuff that needs work. He could just be stood there and I can have some droplets or something coming off it. I don't know who's trying to break out though. I'm not too sure what. Oh, he wants Freeze breaking out of the prison. Oh dear Lord. So I've been asking everybody for the last 43 minutes if Mr. Freeze on top of the shipping container, and now with not even a no, he just said, "Put him in the prison." And are we going to look for a Ben Affleck figure, and we can have him? I got an idea. Why don't we get a Ben Affleck Batman, put him in the cinema? That thing just there. Obviously, it's a modular. I've got an idea. So we can put him in the actual cinema, and he can be watching a decent Batman movie. How about that? There we go. Look, so he could be sat there. Ben Affleck could be sat there watching a movie. Why don't we do that instead? Wouldn't that be nice? Because we could use the modulars for setups and scenes as well, which I thought was the original plan, to be honest. But it seems to be chopping and changing, which is splendid. Absolutely splendid. Right, so I'm going to get going in a minute, which is fine. Yeah, it might be. Close. It's a nice jacket. It's a nice jacket. Before I go, can we pair up quickly? Who's going to go with who for the next live for the DC stuff? If not, don't worry, and then I can just start building the stadium, and then we can just crack on and go from there. Yeah, it's the old school stuff. I mean, the base plate's on a red base plate, so it's an old thing. It is an old thing. But I'm going to go and I'm going to leave. I'm going to shut shop in about 15 minutes or so. Or before. I'm starting to get a bit peckish. Build the stadium first. All right. So if I build up all of the stadium, do all of that, we can get the cars in there. That's absolutely fine. Saturday Ave and everybody else needs to think of the street party, which is going to be going on over on that way. And then we can then work around and figure out the 32 by 32s for the thing. So if you guys have no idea what we're going to be doing in Gotham, we'll go back over to the city. Well, are we? Are we having a scrap metal shipping yard with a train track and just making it all industrial with abandoned buildings, and we could have all of that thing there as a separate thing? That's absolutely perfect. We can do that. I have the track. I have trains, shipping containers. We can make it as like that thing where they're blowing stuff up. Absolutely. Or we split the 32 by 32 up. What do you want? Because you're the ones that are designing it. I've just been sat here waiting for an answer. So, right, Bane, done. Bane and Dynamite with the shipping container. Fine. So he is on the shipping container. Mr. Freeze can be doing something with the police. So I will put him by the police station, and we can work with him as we go. If we do go full out on the 432 by 32s, I can just have the big like fuel oil tankers. I can put two of them side by side to make that really industrial. Just want water. I don't understand why you want water everywhere and not just where it is. It's a wrong display though. Saturday. He's with the ship would need to be on the other side, wouldn't it? So yeah, we've got all of the cars will be the ones that will be flying around and being ripped to pieces. Because that Batmobile's so bad, I think what we can do is we can have Magneto raising up the Batmobile ready to throw it at everybody. But yeah, Jay, you have 4 16 by 16 base plates that'll be full of water. Well, you've got loads of water anyway. You've got all of that is going to change the water, and it just happens to be blue, which is lucky. And then you've got another one of those. So you got loads of it. So you've got 64 by 16. Well, I've got white and blue. So I haven't got much clear, but we'll figure it out. Because that's what we did last time, didn't we? We used these white tiles with the blue translucent, and we just had them staggered all over the place to make it look like it was really heavy ice and snow. But the whole, if we do, why don't we compromise them? Why don't we do 4 32 by 32 base plates of some sort of dock / yard / warehouses, because you guys said in every single film that's where it all happens, and then going absolutely mental across the bottom of the 32 by 32s is Jay's main man ejaculating his load of snow, water, and ice. Get the Titanic. Get the Titanic that's 550 quid and a metre long, and just have that ploughing straight through the centre of Gotham. Jay wants like a day after tomorrow scenario with everything, doesn't he? That's what he wants. He wants like the boat crashing into New York and it's just full of snow. So we can compromise. Does that work? So we have 4 32 by 32 base plates of water, and then 4 16 by 16 of just pure water connecting 2 bits, which is outside the front of the Statue of Liberty, which works because it has water in front of the Statue of Liberty, so that's absolutely fine. So these 4 by 32, so right, if that's what we're doing, because you guys have all said to me separately, individually, and in the same chats, that things always go down in abandoned buildings, which are by a dock, or in the dockyard, or anything like that. We now can do that here. So do we take it a step further and add in anything else with regards to things for here? We just need to figure out if he is going absolutely crazy and just covering the floor with water and ice, because I got to basically tile all of that anyway, so that's absolutely fine. So it saves me doing it grey, so that'd be splendid. We just need to figure out what else we're going to be putting in there. So that's basically what we need. And out of all of those figures, what figures are going to be outside the front of what, and who are we going to have fighting in the abandoned building? So that is something that we could work on and consider. And obviously what we can do is how we do it with the Marvel bit. So I can start on the X-Men bit, obviously build up the stadiums and stuff first. I can do that on this table just here. You guys can suddenly think of an idea, put such and such and such together, boff, down he goes, and then we can go over to that side. Right, we're all in agreement. As a compromise, we are now doing 2 separate displays, which works. Once we've done these 4 32 by 32s, we'll then really figure out what we are going to try and do on the other thing. Yeah. All right. No, that I agree with. That I agree with. We can have. I generally don't have obviously an Affleck, but do you want them at the top or in the building, Jay? That makes sense. Because what I do is I put him on. I'll just have him on this in here. So what tier would you like him in? Obviously, he's got baby legs, but we'll put big ones. We can put big ones on him. Right. One figure placed. Doesn't that look smart? Hey, isn't that nice? That looks quite a nice photo, actually, in front of the Statue of Liberty. And then that's your water, Jay. The white's all water. And then all of this is snow and ice. And then it just allows us to have that raised up out the water so we can have stuff going on. Got to figure out what we're going to do with that and what else is going where. Well, if you want him flying, then obviously we can do what we did with Iron Man and raise him up on those cylinder tubes. But we'll try and get the other Ben Affleck Batman first. Okay. That could work. James Bond, where do you want the James Bond? Well, we can put the James Bond car in the car show. Okay. He'll be able to. So, where does he fight then? See, we're pairing them up. Here we go. We're on it. We're on it. We're good. So we'll use this whole abandoned building for the Batman versus Superman scene, which makes perfect sense. Wonder Woman will probably have to be close by, won't she? I haven't got any of Wonder Woman's villains, though, I don't think. Maybe she could just be helping a random pedestrian. And then Killian, well, we got to have somebody on the boat, haven't we? I suppose, could we have, if we're going to do the movie ones, Jay, in abandoned buildings, and this is open to everybody else, could the top level be Batman versus Superman? So it's Cavill and Affleck. But then a couple of stories down, because it is overlooking the boat, could we have the Dark Knight Joker and Dark Knight Batman? Yeah, true. He could either be on the boat or he could be with the trigger because they were fighting. They were fighting in an abandoned building, weren't they? Because he was getting beaten up with the scaffolding poles. But we could put the Heath Ledger Joker. I've got a Heath Ledger Joker from Jay. I could put him on the actual on the boat. But we could, because obviously how we've done that, and this is what you guys wanted. None of that's MCU, is it? We've not used any MCU characters whatsoever. But because all of these are sort of comic based, if you want the MCU stuff, do we just put the MCU, the DCEU, blah 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 blah? Do we just put all movie based stuff with the abandoned building, and then on the ground zero is the comic-y stuff, and in the buildings it's the comic-y stuff as well? Oh, look at that, we'll both sit at the exact same time. Yeah, movie one's on the building. Yeah. See you later, Mr. Saturday. It's been a long one and a good one. I'll be on 10 minutes. I don't think I've ever broken 5 hours before, so we'll be on for another 10 minutes and I'll go, how have I been on this for 5 hours? That is madness, but entertaining at the same time. So we got another 9 minutes and 45 seconds to discuss stuff, which is nice. But Saturday, Dan, thanks very much for popping in. Really appreciate you coming in and, well, yeah, madness, mad. But thanking you kindly. Looking forward to getting the next one in. I might potentially do it tomorrow. So I can't do Thursday, so I might do it tomorrow evening, maybe. Because I can't do Thursday, so I could do it tomorrow instead, and then go back to a regular Thursday after, or not do tomorrow because this one's been so long. because we have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 levels on the one side and obviously 3 on the other. I don't know what the movie characters are, because obviously I suppose the Batman. Oh, yeah, but we got the Batman. We said we were going to use on the platform, didn't we? So that would be up and out the way as well. That would be high. So that makes sense. He's up, and then all the other characters, because they're cartoony based, we could just do whatever wherever. So that could work. But yeah, we're just gonna have to figure out how we're gonna do, because obviously ideally I need another boat, really, if we're gonna do it like this. I don't know if I've got a police boat, a big police boat, would that do? Or a big fire boat, and just have that, it's got like the same size hull. If I put another one of those beside it, could we then just have all the figures around it? And then still obviously keep the shipping containers and things that way. Would that make more sense? Because as it stands right now, I'm in my head, I'm sort of visualizing it going, well, we've got the one boat, but if this is now going to be like a dry dock storage container area where everything goes down, do we just have a second boat beside it, and that's what that is, and they're all being stripped apart, and then we have all the figures around it? Because I don't know what we're going to do here on this bit. So we could have 2 boats side by side, that eats into that space. That still then means we've got a 32 by 32 of nothing, and then we've got a load of space behind the boats. That's if you think we need one. I don't know what we can do, because none of the cars are going to go in there now. We don't need roads or anything put down. It's all going to be ice and water and stuff. Oh, you should let me know, Jay. I would have come over. Too late. Never mind. Take it easy, sir. Have a good one. Take care, take care, take care. Suppose it's something to sleep on, Killian, and we can think about it, can't we? We can see what's what and think about that, and just see if we put another one beside it or not. Because if we don't need it, we just got to figure out how we can do it. I just don't know what we can. We'll think of something, but I just don't know what we can fill the space with. I mean, maybe stack a load of train tracks. Would that look different? Could we? What I wonder. Hang on. Where are they? There. Could we do? Could we just stack them? Because that could eat into some space. I just don't know if we're just using it as like a storage yard, you know what I mean? Because if we are just doing a storage yard, then I can put I just don't know if it's going to look a little bit hit and miss and random. But I think once we add the figures in it will look okay. But then if we just had it as a secondary boat, we then know what it is. But yeah, you can stack the tracks quite simply on top of each other. But yeah, something to think about, something to sleep on. Because we could extend the abandoned building all the way across the back, and then just have another boat and try and get some more shipping containers and just keep it super, super simple. That's something that we could potentially do. Right, Clint, let's call it a day, night, afternoon, evening, whatever. We'll finish there, but just me and you left now, so we'll stop there. So City Modulars are everybody's favourite. Star Wars 30%, Ninjago 10, Friends 10. So I will end that poll, and then yeah, we'll think about it, figure it out, and go from there. Any ideas, Killian? Just drop me a DM, guys. If any of you have watched this back, you're amazing, and then just write down any ideas you've got in the comments below. Killian, take it easy, sir. I will catch you on the next one, hopefully. And yeah, you've got some fantastic ideas now, so we'll tuck into that. I'll catch you later on, buddy. Take care. Bye.